and welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So we got a little bit of a new setup this week. I hope it's going to work out okay. Let me know if anything sounds strange or looks strange. Different camera, so probably a little bit more than I need, but hopefully the chroma key will be a little bit better. My green screen won't be as strange looking, but we'll see. Hey K5, hey Rev, how's it going? Oh, and thank you Haas 003312 for the follow on Twitch. If you are in fact a person, thank you very much. But back this week for another starting off a little rough for another week of all this nonsense. So let's see how it goes. I was having a little bit of trouble with real-time drawing. It's going to be a little bit slow, but not too bad. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know what's going on exactly. So I hope everyone is doing well. And we're back again this week for some more cartooning and oddities from Japanese convenience stores. That's what it's come down to. Yeah, a little bit of a weird delay. I've got everything shut down, but could probably use a restart. I don't know if there's a forced update in the future for my Windows, but we'll see. Yeah, it's not great. But it looks like Japan is going to get a new prime minister. Because of the handling of COVID, or the criticisms over the handling of COVID in Japan, the prime minister may step down or may be removed by his party. I'm not sure exactly what technically that means for him, but the party may change. And the two candidates, there are two women candidates or possibilities in the party that they're talking about. So yeah, that should be interesting. I'm not sure if that's a great move during this time of growing tensions with China. But we'll see how all of this goes. Because I think Japan's going to be a little bit more militaristic, or have to be a little bit more military based than they were before. Their defense force is going to have to be a little more active. Who knows? Yeah, who knows what's going to happen. It's just always nonsense saber rattling over in Asia. So you never know. Between North Korea and China, it sounds like World War III is around the corner every other week with how they talk. Similar to the Russian, posturing and nonsense that everybody lived with through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then it just went away. I wonder what happened. But yeah, that's being so close to it makes things a little bit more tense. Especially back in, when was that, like 2018 or whatever, when North Korea was just like shooting missiles over Japan. That was a little tense. Yeah, so we'll see. But hope everyone is doing well. And I'll report if war breaks out in Asia. I'll be the first to let you know. Probably be able to report a little more accurately than the American or probably even Japanese news media will. They're also very controlled in what they say. Yeah, that's an interesting thing that came up with the a few weeks back. The criticism one of the big publishers in Japan was, I think it was at some trade show or some meeting, suggested, hey, why doesn't Japan start to censor their manga and anime to make it more friendly for Google and Amazon to license? And immediately, like, there was instant criticism, and immediately he apologized, and then also took a 20% pay cut temporarily to make up for the make up for the indiscretion. So it's funny, like, creatively, Japan has a lot more freedom to do things. There's not such a political agenda built into, maybe like a cultural agenda, but not so much of a political agenda built into creative work here. But there isn't very open political speech. I think that gets very quietly shut down. A few foreigners that I've talked to that have done, like, participated in gallery shows and things, and that have done paintings with political content, have actually had their art seized and had shows shut down because it contained, a single piece of work that was critical of the Japanese government. So that kind of speech is not tolerated at all. But as far as entertainment and, like, talking about things socially, and just content of entertainment, it's a lot freer. So that doesn't work well, for a lot of the new streaming platforms and stuff. So who knows? Make sure we're doing okay. I don't see any dropped frames, but I also don't see... Oh, there we go. Green light. Yeah, I had a little bit. We had a game on Sunday, and I had a little bit of some warnings about network slowdown. So I just want to make sure that's not still happening, because that'll choke, especially now that I'm using this higher res camera. That's going to choke the stream down to nothing if we have some congestion. Yeah, so that's an interesting thing, and we'll see what happens. I mean, there may be calls on the internet, to boycott and ban. There always is really crazy reactions to some Japanese series that become popular. The righteous people on Twitter usually chime in with this "how dare you" attitude about some Japanese content. So we'll see. But who knows? Oh, that would be cool to do a glass. I mean, you could, with ice cubes, like, visible through the back. That might be interesting. Yeah, it's a shame too. The people are talking about, like, Netflix is going to do a Cowboy Bebop live action, and they're already teasing stills from that. And that would be a great, I mean, depending on the budget, if they can actually have a decent budget, but that would be a great live action show, because it's kind of sci-fi western. The music and kind of the setting, the main characters are bounty hunters, basically, kind of desperate bounty hunters, and it has a nice kind of frontier feel, and a lot of different settings. So it would be expensive, unless they're just going to green screen everything. It's going to be expensive to can imagine some sets and some episodes being expensive. Some of them would be easy because they're just kind of desert settings. But a lot of spaceships and a lot of action, which is also hard. So yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure how that's going to be. The casting looks pretty weak. And so just like every other adaptation of Japanese pop culture, it might be just trash. Just kind of cash in on the, name trash. Because it's not popular here. Nobody cares about or really knows that series in Japan. It was never popular. Here, I think it just... Cartoon Network, or what is that, Adult Swim, like the Toonami or whatever the anime thing was, the midnight anime thing, made a couple of different series that were never popular in Japan, really popular in the US. So Japanese are kind of confused about why America would possibly license that. So they probably got it very cheap because it's just for a foreign audience. So we'll see. Hey K5, good to have you back. Yeah, so I'm curious what they can do with Cowboy Bebop. They're also talking about, or there's been talk for a long time of them doing a Akira, which was one of the first like large release anime movies in the theater in the US. It was still, I think it just played at like, university cinemas and art house places and stuff. It wasn't a like Cineplex release, but it got a bigger release than an anime movie ever had, and it was a very expensive movie for Japan, so I think that they were happy with the success of that. But that was a lot of people's like first exposure to anime, and they're talking about that's an insanely expensive production because it's got huge scale, especially as it builds up towards the end. So I don't know how they would possibly do that for anything under a Marvel superhero movie type budget, which I don't think they could get back. So that's the thing with some of these properties. They're like, the beloved, if you say a beloved anime or a beloved French television drama or whatever, that doesn't mean anything as far as an international audience. So it has to have some sort of appeal, cross-cultural, cross everything appeal to be worthwhile, and I don't think there really anything really is. So you just have to buy this stuff really cheap and then hope for the best. You're gambling. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to pay for these licenses because they're not worth it. But yeah, we'll see. I'll switch over to the what's going on here? The chat. What's going on? There we go. The chat for YouTube. Then I can see all the emojis and everything much better, instead of just colon and then the name of the name of it. All right. So what else? Yeah, so not much new. My daughter's school is back in session, and people are just waiting for the news of infection and shutdown. That's been a pretty common thing, but it may just have been because of the holiday. A lot of people traveled on the holiday. That's a pretty looking umbrella. Yeah, so a lot of people traveled, so there was a lot of exposure to stuff. So hopefully it'll calm down very quickly. But that was scary right away, because kids can't get vaccinated under 12 in Japan, and under 12s were getting sick. So, yay! But no pandemic talk. It's not worth it. Yeah, I drew, well, maybe not better, but I drew a different umbrella once upon a time. Yeah. Or maybe a straw and then a big wedge of something. Some kind of wedge of fruit. Yeah, I wonder how many more years we've got of this weird streaming service bonanza, because things are just going to die off, and there's probably going to be a real fast die-off. And it seems like in the last few years, everybody that owns the rights to something has started a streaming service for the most popular thing, but they've found out that those things are popular by licensing them to Netflix or Hulu or whatever. So kind of the thing that is doing the best on those platforms, like NBC started their Peacock. It's the worst name, streaming service, and basically for The Office, for the American Office, and HBO for Game of Thrones and Sopranos and all their successful HBO shows, because a lot of those were doing okay on streaming. Yeah, Amazon had all of that stuff. Amazon Japan had all of that stuff, and then once HBO Max, is that what it's called? Once that started, it seems like the rights were renegotiated. Everything came off of Amazon, and it's on this thing called Unext in Japan that is a garbage streaming service. So many of the Japanese streaming services are garbage. They're not even streaming an HD version. I don't know what they've got, but their burnt-in subtitle version of at least Sopranos that I watched is really, it looks like those weird kind of dark high contrast, like bad transfers of I don't know, like if they're like video transfers, like a film transfer to like a 3/4 inch tape that's then or like an inch tape, the broadcast ones, and then transferred between video or whatever, and you get that really, it used to happen on TV all the time, where you get this really weird high contrast, like the blacks are real smeary and everything, and seeing that on digital video is amazing. So they basically, it's not even HD. I think they've got a like a real standard definition version of that, and it's like a 2000 like about a $20, a little bit less than $20 a month for that streaming. So it's really nuts. Strawberries and straws. Yeah, I wonder. I think maybe strawberries had to do with. This is just my personal experience, but strawberry patches work really well when they have some sort of bedding, that like eliminates all the plant competition. Because we had a strawberry patch underneath pine trees in the house that we were renting in upstate New York, and it was amazing. It was such a productive strawberry patch. We just had more fruit than you knew what to do with, and it was it did really well under the shade and kind of the needle bed of the pine trees. So maybe it was originally when they first started cultivating, maybe wild strawberries, maybe they did do like beds of straw to make them grow better. I don't know. I'm sure Google knows. Oh, that's funny. uh oh, interesting. Strewn berry. Yeah, that would make sense. The way that, like when you find wild strawberries, how random. They just kind of randomly grow in the wild. You just come across, like raspberries and stuff. Yeah, I used to get sick as a kid all the time because if you'd be walking in the woods and you'd find a nice like area of wild raspberries or blackberries, and they're so sour. The wild versions are so sour that very easily you make yourself sick, but they're just sweet enough, and you know that you can eat them. So you pick as many as you can, and always end up souring your stomach. Interesting. Yeah, just my experience with that pine. Those pine trees made me think that once they tried to domesticate them more, they probably figured out other ways to grow them. Interesting. Strewn about. Nice. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, they have a weed here that they call snake strawberries. And I don't know if they're edible or not, but they're real sharp. Like the leaves are really sharp. I don't know why they call them snake strawberries. The berries themselves are kind of narrow and long, but I don't know why they call them snake strawberries. But there's a weed here that they call snake strawberries, and I have no idea what if that comes from like the shape of the plant or it's more like a vine or something. I have no idea. Oh wow. You prefer to call them African American berries? Well, there was some really stupid joke about that. Yeah, but I mean they are darker than blue, so yeah, I don't know. Really dark purple berries. Yeah, it's funny. Yes, that's true. There are no red berries. And then we would have to consult the local tribes to see if that was offensive too. I actually heard indigenous people, original Americans, I don't know, whatever, say they actually prefer, like how white people and like sports teams and everything, they're trying to take the like Indians. I think Cleveland Indians is going to change their name. They're trying to take the word Indian is a misnomer based on Columbus or whoever thinking they were in India, and they didn't know there was another whole couple of continents between them and Asia. And but Native Americans actually prefer, and maybe not all, but this person that was talking actually prefers Indian, even though it's a misnomer, to Native American, because Native American is reminds the imperialist colonizing takeover America, reminds them of that, and Indian is could mean anything. It doesn't really have a specific meaning, so they prefer to identify more as Indian because it doesn't have all that stuff kind of wrapped up in it, which I thought was interesting because people have no idea. It's just people making up their own nonsense to make themselves feel better. So yeah, but that was a very interesting point. That that's a European name as much as anything else, but that has a lot more to do with the colonizing of north and of the Americas than Indian does. Barry Bonds. Yes. Or Chuck Berry. Yeah, that's right. We have to be careful with that. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Chuck Berry. There's some bad video. I think it's Chuck Berry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There's some bad video of Chuck Berry floating around on the internet. You don't want to find it. Because he had a video camera in the 70s. So you don't want to find it. Anyhow. Yeah, so drink things, ice cubes. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's really. I mean, and I think, especially European people have a. It's very confusing for them, but all the regional names, all of the original peoples. What did Canadians call indigenous people? First people, something like that. But yeah, how many names? Like so many of the states' names and city names and rivers and everything are named from the word. So it was basically like, oh yeah, we know this is your land. What do you call this? Okay, we're gonna use that word too. So maybe like early American map making was just like, so what's this? What do you call this area? And we just transposed so much of that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it's yeah. Interesting. You're gonna be scared. Chuck Berry had a very specific fetish. I don't know if Google's gonna let you find it. Maybe Pornhub or somebody. Yeah. Oof. Well, we've gotten in trouble already. What is this? Just a maybe paper towel tube. K5 already chicken out. K5 is scared. He's definitely scared. I can tell. Yeah, it's nothing too horrifying, but it's only I think someone with too much money, would think of doing. I don't know. Maybe not. It's just not in my wheelhouse, I guess. Oh yeah, maybe a little tiny glass with a giant piece of fruit on it. Oh yeah, this should probably be a little bit longer, shouldn't it? Let me duplicate it just in case I screw it up. Yeah, we should. Let's get off of no more berry talk. There we go. Yeah, that's a little thick though, isn't it? It's gonna read more like a oh wait, I gotta, because the stupid changes to Photoshop, I gotta hold, there we go, hold a key that I didn't have to hold before. Strewnberry. That's interesting. At least I learned something. Uh-oh, Yum is here. Yum ain't scared. Oh man. Ow, ow, ow. Oh man. Oh, K5, so K5 sliced the skin, that webbing between the finger with tin. Yeah, there's a tin, or like a processing, like a just like sheet metal recycling and processing place that I walk by all the time. There's just a big shuttered door, and there's like a little forklift that moves back and forth and unloads these trucks, and it's just these pallets of just, you know, jagged sheet metal, and all I think of, and they also have like big crates or whatever of just scrap, and I just think of how sharp all that stuff looks. And you just see guys with like just rawhide, just like simple rawhide gloves or whatever, handling. I'm like, I can just imagine grabbing something the wrong way. Oh damn! Yeah, that's the worst. That between your what was that? There's some movie or something that did that. It was very rough. Uh-oh. Did Yum finish her search, or is she commenting on K5's injury? Yeah, that really, that sucks. That's like, you know, god level paper cut. It's really brutal. Yeah, sometimes I get these they're little A5 pieces of tin from the 100 yen shop that I use for cases for little miniatures, because you like magnetize the bases and then you just glue the little piece of tin to the bottom of the case, and then everything just stays magnetized down, so you can very cheaply store stuff and it doesn't get, you know, damaged. You don't have to do those little honeycomb kind of dividers and things. But yeah, sometimes cutting that stuff, yeah, I'm always just seeing those edges and just like, yeah, because a few times I have grabbed one and just kind of run it across the side of my arm or side of my hand and gotten a little cut from it. It's like surprisingly sharp, like a cheap knife. Oh, Jackass, that's right. Thank you, Yum. That's right. That was a Jackass scene where they were doing paper cuts between their fingers. Yeah, I think of all the only time that I like started gagging, and that's a lot. That says a lot. But the only time I started kind of gagging watching a Jackass movie was the piss snow cones, when they were urinating on snow and eating the snow cones. That made me gag. Just like the thought of that was brutal, which is funny because they've done probably a lot worse, but for some reason that one hit me real hard. Ouch. All right. Is this... Oh, did I actually... Yeah, I did fill that. Wow. That's lucky. Yeah, this was already filled and I redrew it. That's nuts. So I guess if it sits above everything, yeah, it'll block everything behind it out. Yep, it should. Except things that are in the wrong order. There we go. Yeah, that should work. Drinks something. Yeah, cardboard is so jagged. Yeah, it's rough. I just hate them. I get a lot of splinters for some reason. Here, I guess that with like the laser cutter and stuff, like some plywood edges and stuff are a little rough, but yeah, I hate splinters. All right. Something else. I love this chat. It keeps me going. Yeah, I had a rough weekend as far as like existential kind of stuff, like really feeling frustrated about wow, things are not, there's less time than, I've got more time behind me than in front of me, and there's still a lot of stuff that I want to get done, and I'm not even anywhere near doing it. So yeah, it's just really frustrating. I was hoping to be living more completely off of just creative work by now. I mean, creative is relative because all the kind of freelance stuff that I do is technically creative work, but it's not my original stuff. It's kind of commercial illustration and stuff. But I should be happy to even be able to do that. But I would really hope to have something that took off a little stronger. And I guess if I would have stayed in the US, that would be a much better possibility. Oh shoot, I'm on the ice cube layer. That would have been a much better possibility because that's where all the resources and people that would actually buy things or develop things or produce things are. So I gave that up. So it's kind of I shouldn't I should be kind of expecting that. But yeah, it just hit me really hard. I'm like, God damn, it's going to be rough to feel that just that lack of. But it was it Stanley Kubrick or somebody was said in an interview that the most horrifying thing for him was thinking about like how many books he's not going to be able to read in his lifetime. Like he adapted a few books into films and loved reading, and to think about the mass of books that exist. And you can even think about this as far as like music or television or whatever. At this point we have access to all of it. And so how many books exist and how many books in your lifetime you will never read, and how depressing that is. Like you really have to like weirdly prioritize or just start speed reading, just start cramming things in. But it's so funny, you really do have like a limit your experience, even though we have our trouble getting our head around the idea of like what you can accomplish in an entire lifetime, as far as reading all the great works of Western literature or whatever. You're not going to be able to do it. It's limited. You would really have to dedicate yourself to only that. So there's going to be a lot of amazing things you're going to miss. And so that is a real depressing thought. And he's dead now too. So he found out exactly how many books he could read. That's funny. Yeah, that's when you know you've got months left to live. Be interesting to what movie do you want to see, what book do you want to read, what food do you want to eat before it's all over. I wonder people must have funny priorities, kind of like the last meal for death row inmates. What they choose for their last meal. It's one of those things. It's like, okay, you're running out of choices here. You're running out of opportunity. It's good stuff. Yeah, the chat is always very entertaining. But so that's very funny. Things just kind of narrow, and your perception of time and everything gets so much faster as you get older. So it must it's just like this thing that speeds up, and you slow down, and your ability to kind of navigate it and do everything slows down, but your perception of how fast time is moving, really speeds up. So it's like if you knew you had 1 year left, that would be a really fast year. And the end of your life, that time would go so fast. At first you think, oh, I got a year, and then pretty soon it's done. Oh, thanks, Rev. Yeah, that's true too. It's like it's definitely the glass half empty, half full stuff. That there's a lot of stuff, especially being here. I think creatively, there's stuff that I wouldn't have done because I would have been thinking more audience and market and selling stuff, and I would have had a different connection to stuff. And I've had a lot more freedom being in Japan to do things, other types of things. So it's true. There's a lot of stuff that I did do that wouldn't exist otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, it's really crazy. Yeah, that's true too. How many, how many books are a waste of time? Yeah, I've got to get much more picky about stuff. Much more. There's a better word than picky, but much more. Scrutinize, I guess, what I spend time reading a lot more, because yeah, it's you just got to stop, and anything that just seems like a waste of time, just stop, because you can't. And I think the internet has kind of that was the thing that I noticed about like my kids, how like my oldest daughter, like watching YouTube and stuff, she would just be like, yep, nope. Like she would just uh, nope out on stuff so easily, because it's just like, yeah, not worth my time. I'm gonna not do this all day, so I'm just gonna do this for a little while, and I'm not gonna waste my time on anything that doesn't immediately like fascinate me. So it's yeah, there may be a different sense of like the value of your time and things in that way, because or just the way that the speed that kids process stuff now is different. But that was really funny to see how she just like I'm like, wait, what was that? What was that? And she starts thinking of stuff just a few seconds. You can see that in the statistics for YouTube videos and stuff. Like people are just like, this sucks. If you don't catch them right away, people are just like gone, just in under a minute, and usually under like 10 seconds. You've got that's crazy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's kind of a path that you have through the world, and of course you're not gonna learn to speak Russian or make ceramics or whatever. There's like so many like random ways you could go, and so it's yeah, it's good to think that, and that helps kind of scale things down to make it more comprehensible, because the yeah, the total kind of scale of everything you could do in your life, and then you end up being one of those kind of over accomplishing people that doesn't really do anything particularly well. They've just done a lot of things, like somebody that speaks a lot of languages but none of them particularly well. Like they can't write poetry in any of the languages they speak, or things like that. Really yeah, I think that's really important. I think yeah, just your values dictate that too. Everybody prioritizes in some way. Oops, I'm trying to rotate. Yeah, there we go. Or something in a bottle. Yeah. Oh, I really think so. I think YouTube really tapped into something, because there's so much, and I think people just like automatically figured this out. There's short content and longer content on YouTube, and a lot of it's visual. There's visual gags and things that you want to experience, like watching a television or a movie. But then there's also so much stuff that you can just have background, and so much stuff you can just fall asleep. I can't believe how much like sound to fall asleep to, or the ASMR stuff on YouTube. Like you would never have that on television. You could never have a cable channel of ASMR. So it's is that I don't know if I've got that acronym right, but that's really funny. The kinds of things that were kind of created out of this disposable video and rapid upload kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting point, Rev. Yeah, because you do, like the people that I've met that are accomplished, like in scientific research or engineering or something, they are so hyper focused that they almost can't have conversations outside of that expertise. So they don't have a lot else to talk about, because they're fascinated, they're obsessed with that, and so why am I gonna talk about anything else? They have a very limited view. But yeah, we need that in development of a lot of things. But there is a a certain thing that happens to high expertise, you know, or like very focused expertise. Yeah, that's a good point. Uh-oh, Yum did a search. Yum found something. Or maybe not. Yeah. Man. Chuck Berry had to make his own. Yes, we all get to that point, don't we? Nice. All right. Oh, a bar of soap with a. Oh, that might be good. So maybe like a bottle of shampoo or something. What does a bottle of shampoo look like? They're so weird here. There's so many like weird styles of bottles. Maybe just like a. Maybe this will, yeah, this would be more like a body soap or something. But something like this. Oh, and I can actually make the cap, put the cap up. Come on. For it to make more sense. It's like a jar of mayonnaise. Something like this. Yeah, so that's inside. This is outside. Oh, I didn't even close the line there. I don't know that. I don't know what that is. Something like that. Shampoo, champagne. Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. Maybe use one of these bottles. Yeah. None of these are very shampoo or very champagne-y looking. This looks more like a wine bottle. Yeah. Or yeah, just maybe a beer bottle might be okay. A beer-like bottle. That might work. So having a foaming. Yeah, that might work. So some kind of weird body soap and a beer bottle and a. Yeah. That's nice and strange. So, well, let me just put all this over there so I can deal with it. There we go. All right. So this. Okay. This stuff is so randomly located. That's almost everything. Yeah, I'll save this for the other. Is that enough? And then kind of do bubbles everywhere. Oops. Okay, let's see how bad my drawing is. It's not too bad. I can fix the wonkiness of it. It's mostly the bottom. That's interesting. The asymmetry is in these lines at the bottom that I don't draw very well. Yeah, maybe a champagne bottle would be better. Like, I guess we can do beer and champagne. Well, the umbrella is losing its context a little bit. Let's see. A champagne bottle, so like a more long. Oops, I gotta thicken making this line up. Yeah, more of a long, elegant neck. More like a, yeah, there we go. What are those called? A what of champagne? Champagne bottle, but they're called magnums or something? I forget. Yeah. No symmetry. Actually, that side was better, wasn't it? This is the one that's knocking it off. Oh, I was watching. I keep forgetting. Like, I subscribe to the Criterion channel and like really love their programming. Is so good as far as how they curate the content on their streaming service. And every time I'm just annoyed with Netflix or Hulu, it's such a perfect thing because there's always something to watch. And I just watched Asphalt Jungle. The I think it's like 1950 kind of heist. It's a kind of a caper heist film based on a kind of pulp, not really pulp, but kind of like a Raymond Chandler kind of crime crime novel. Why am I having so much trouble with this? Let's just do this. And it's one of the early appearances of Marilyn Monroe, and the way they reveal her is insane. She's got or just really good. She's got a real bit part. She just plays the girlfriend. So the guy that's what's going on here? The guy that's kind of backing, financing the whole heist, the robbery, is his wife is like bedridden, so he's got a girlfriend that calls him uncle, that he's like has put up in an apartment. Come on. She does a little apartment somewhere, and he just goes and visits her, and that's where I think that's where he originally arranged to meet the guys that were going to do the robbery, going to do the heist. And the reveal of her is amazing. She's only got like 2 scenes or something, 2 or 3 scenes, real short, and just a few lines in the movie. But he's walking after he is talking big, like he's going to finance this whole thing. He walks into just a little side den, with a little fireplace, and he looks over the sofa, and she's just there, like like a little love seat, or like a large chair, sleeping. And she's so bright, like the way she's shot is just like she's just glowing, and it's so cool because he's an older guy, and he just walks in and he looks over the edge of the back of the chair, and she's just napping there. It's such a good reveal for a character. It was like it's a John Huston movie, so really amazing how that was shot. I think that they already, like some directors already knew like how well she worked on film. But yeah, that was really cool. I hadn't seen that. I knew that title, but I hadn't seen that film before. And that scene was so crazy, especially because that was Marilyn, like having someone so recognizable, but having a real specific scene. This is horrible. This looks terrible. That I hadn't seen before. What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, but that was really cool. I love that kind of that classic Hollywood stuff that sneaks up on you, that you didn't know existed. She's got a couple of scenes like that are just amazing. Like in Niagara. That's not Hitchcock. But yeah, she's really amazing in that too. Kind of a okay, maybe not champagne. I'm not sure what's happening here. It just looks depressing. So maybe just a glass would be better. One of the one of these little glasses might get the point across. But yeah, I would recommend that. That's a really, it's not even the first adaptation of that novel as a film. It was done previously, I think in the 30s or something, but it's really good. That's a really excellent movie. An old soul. Yeah, or just old. I think my soul is basically the same age as me, ancient. Yeah, it's really funny. Some of my like former classmates and stuff. So I know how old they are. Everyone's the same age. So former classmates, like on Facebook and social media, they're all having birthdays this year, and none of them are talking about it. Everyone is very, trying to minimize. Yeah, just old. K5 knows. He's seen the carbon dating. It's not pretty. But I'm surprised, and especially women, of course. Nobody wants to talk about this birthday, and so it's interesting how minimizing it is, because that's, I think, the only function of social media for a lot of people is just being able to wish each other happy birthday. And so many people are like no. So yeah, very funny. Yeah, but I couldn't. If you are ever stuck, I think they've got like a free trial. If you're ever stuck for something to watch, or like want to actually see movies you've heard about, like all the French New Wave, or they've got, Criterion has such an amazing collection of films, and a lot of stuff, a lot of American classic stuff, so you don't have to read subtitles. But such good stuff. Yeah, that really saves me when I'm just so disgusted by Netflix or whatever, when I don't want to watch, Wake Up White People or whatever they're programming that week. Yeah. All right. I think it's going to be very similar looking. Okay, maybe keep that one for now. All right. Okay, definitely not this. Oh man. Yeah, I definitely don't have the wardrobe of somebody my age. I was just realizing that, like, looking at all like the graphic I guess that's become the arrested development of a lot of people. I don't know, what, you just start wearing golf shirts or whatever, you just start looking like you just walked off the golf course at an your older age, because that's what my grandparents, I always remember looking like. It looks like they just stopped playing tennis or golf. Like that's all they ever wore, like in retirement. So that's the look you got to go for at a certain age. All right, so I don't know if the cardboard tube is doing anything. This is basically just going to be 2 alcohol cartoons. Yeah, I don't know. It would definitely be much easier to date someone in their 20s. In your 20s, I can't imagine what a waste of time that is now. Like, any friends that I have, any male friends that I have that are, enamored with younger women, it's like, do you have any idea what you're getting into? That is way more work than anybody needs to put in. For it. Whoa. What? Okay. Oh, no. Don't hold the Alt key. Thank you. Yeah, that's way more work than it's worth. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, after... Well, I won't go into that. Yeah, that's true. And that's definitely a different generation. My grandparents are definitely a different generation. But it's so funny. Like, we are literally going to see, like, you know, retirement age people wearing, like, basketball shorts and graphic tees. And, like, flat brim, fitted hats. Oh, it's going to be sad. Playing, Xbox, whatever. Yeah, that's going to be the big change in, I think, like, retirement homes and stuff. If you still have working thumbs, you're going to just sit and play video games. You're not going to be staring at a television. You're going to want to have more active entertainment. So they're going to have to start, like, thinking about that market, about, we're going to have, like, a server for, the over 65 server. So the reaction times and everything are going to be a little bit slower, so you can you can actually interact with other people. All right, I don't know what's going on with either of these. Uh-oh. K5 is recommending a move into the naturalist. Oh, what was that? Oh yeah. There was that really weird story. The kid that was kidnapped when he was like 8 years old, and was held for until he was a teenager, so like 6 or 7, maybe 7 years, and then escaped, and he took with him another little boy that had been kidnapped. So they're being abused by this guy. And so he escaped, and it became famous because he only knew his first name, because his kidnapper was posing as his father and telling him when he was a little kid that his parents put him up for adoption. So he was his father now. So he renamed him, but he did remember his original first name, and that's what he told the police. And then they realized that he was a missing kid that they'd been looking for, and he had with him a kid that was just recently kidnapped. But anyhow, that kid, that teenager had an older brother that became a serial killer. So he was working in one of the national parks and started just killing women in the national parks. And when he, I think I've got this right. I think this is the guy. When they were onto him, and he kind of figured out, I'm not going to get away with this, and he ran for it. They ended up finding him in like a nudist colony. Like, he thought he would hide in a nudist colony from the police. I don't know why that would feel like a safer place, but I thought that was pretty funny. The last place you want to get arrested, last place you want to be handcuffed is a nudist colony. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the wonderful. Well, yeah, if they that'll be really interesting if they do get to the point where anybody working in technology or whatever is going to be working from home. Like, all Google employees that were sent home are still staying at home. So that means, like, the machine that you're using for your work, you probably, unless you're going to buy two, are also using for gaming and entertainment and stuff. So that has to be a weird conflict, or that's like something we haven't really had before, is the ability to just kind of have that weird overlap of personal and work life. That's going to mess some people up, I think. I think that's really going to cause some bizarre stress problems and things. Well, I've already heard that. Did you guys read anything about, with all of this remote working, work from home stuff that started during the lockdowns, some people are getting multiple jobs. So they're telling both companies they're working for them, and they're like on camera or whatever, like, they're getting on camera with both companies, And and I guess if you did it in the same industry, you literally could maybe duplicate some work and things. I know you could do that for like graphic design and stuff. You could duplicate some work and get double paychecks from companies that had no idea you were also employed by their competition or whatever. But it's not like working two jobs in the hourly wage kind of thing where they're consecutive. This is like simultaneous double employment. So some people have been found out doing that. They've been caught doing that. It's amazing. Everybody will figure out a way to cheat the system. Yeah, that story is that's that serial killer story is crazy. It's so depressing that like one family had to lose their son for like 7 years and then have their other son turn out to be so damaged. Yeah, it's really crazy. And I think they only tell, like most of the time, they don't tell both of those stories because that's just too much. It's like that. It's insane. That doesn't even sound like that could be real. So, like some documentaries or news reports or whatever only talk about the one half of that story. But because of things like YouTube, people can make a 3-hour long kind of total video about everything and talk about that whole story. And don't run from the cops to a naturalist community. All right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's interesting about any of this. Oh yeah, for the longer straw, I like the idea of that like weird floating straw that doesn't sit at the bottom. I guess if it's still filled with air. All right. So, and the whole idea was actually to just be able to show off the ice cubes sitting there. Let's flip this and see how bad it goes. Okay, so maybe it can be a little bit smaller. Oof. All right. Yeah. Yeah, this is the funny thing about, people trying to change stuff or like all that stuff. I wish Unknown Girl was on, or somebody. There's nobody from Australia time. It sounds like there's really crazy stuff going on in Australia. I'm getting very random. Maybe this. Very random information about it, but it sounds like they're really strong arming people with the lockdown, and like the government is like, they're talking about an app that they're using to make sure people aren't breaking quarantines and things. So you download this app and then it'll contact you, and you've got 15 minutes using the GPS on the app and the camera to take a photo of where you're supposed to be. So if you're supposed to be in your house, you need to be able to take a photo through the app, so you can't like use an old photo of where you are right now, and it better be in your house because they're checking. And if you don't reply, then they send a cop to your location. So that sounds like a nightmare. I can't even imagine that kind of like surveillance state feeling. But I'm curious if anybody, and I don't think it's just certain parts of Australia right now. It's not everywhere. So I'm curious if any Aussies know what's going on. It was the big W orange for that wedge of orange. It was a huge sacrifice. Where is it? There it is. Let's get it a little more round. Yeah, a little bit. Looks more like a fortune cookie the way that cut is. Maybe I should redraw that. Maybe just cut it down a little bit. Oops, so it's more just a... What's going on? Black color. Yeah, so it's more like just a wedge. Yeah, I'll be able to make it look more like a piece of fruit in the coloring process. Yeah, so getting all prepared for a beverage before even having one. Something like that. Oops. Yeah, a little fix on this can, maybe. There we go. A little bit more cylindrical. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's people. And that's the thing that I'm really worried about, that no one is going to talk about, is China is already developing this like insane surveillance state, and they're just going to sell that technology. I mean, they are already moving ahead because they've poached so many employees from Korea and Japan, like some of the best tech workers. They're going to be rapidly developing a crazy surveillance state, and then they'll just be able to sell these platforms. They'll be able just to hand to a foreign government, oh yeah, you want this, here, you can, here's the this component of our surveillance mechanism, and you can use that on your population. I mean, it's just sick how people are starting to admire that. Like the video game ban, like they just tightened and now are going to more strictly enforce, I think, using like a real name ID thing, the amount of time that Chinese kids like under 18 can play games. So it's like an hour a day, only over the weekends. So 3 hours a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1 hour a day. And they had something similar, but it wasn't heavily enforced, and it was a little more liberal. But now they're moving that way, and people in the US are like, oh, that's a really good idea. Think of how much less parenting I would have to do if the government just took care of that for me. So it's scary how pretty soon it's like, yeah, actually genocide, that would solve a lot of crime problems, wouldn't it? Yeah, we can just kind of, or just use these re-education camps to people that we don't think are behaving the way we want them to. That's where they can go. It's just just slowly the West kind of swallowing these little ideas. That's really scary. Yeah, that's the only really encouraging thing about Japan, is they are severely anti-communist. Like ever since the 1950s, like there is a communist party in the Diet. There's a small contingency of communists, but they publicly murder communists and even socialists in Japan. So there's no threat of that happening here because they've been so staunchly, just because they're opposing Russia and China, that influence. But yeah yeah it's really crazy when people are going to start like, oh yeah, it would be nice to have freedom of choice and freedom of expression, but I mean, I really love this service that's being provided to me by the government. Or you get, if they start, that'll be the bribe. Your UBI will be tied. Oh God, that's the key right there. You give a universal basic income to anybody that just steps in line, that follows what you want to do, and you threaten to cut them off if we saw online you were criticizing criticizing our president. Well, you know, that's kind of not something that we want to finance, so we will be not, you know, we'll be taking back your payment, because they're probably capable of doing that already with SSI and a lot of disability payments and things. I'm sure that they could easily get to the point where they could threaten to remove that based on behavior, and yeah, it's crazy. So if they ever did something like universal basic income, there you go. That's your bribery to do as we say right away. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That'll be so fun. Yeah, it really is insane how people don't feel manipulated. And it's just, I mean, once you get people comfortable enough, I guess. I'm having my caffeinated Lemonade. Once people get comfortable or distracted enough, you know, if they're worried about social issues and are fighting this fight in a whole different arena, they feel like they've got a voice and they've got some expression if they're defending some group of people, and may not even notice, you know, what they're going to lose in the meantime, or what they're willing to give up to be able to keep that, you know, blue check mark or voice online or whatever. That's weird. It's weird to think about. Okay, so Bar of Soap was having a party and no one else was invited. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, these are... Okay, so maybe no liquid. So we'll put the straw at the bottom. No liquid yet. That might make more sense. So where's the glass? Okay, let's do it this way so I don't screw anything up. Oh, come on. Alright. Try this again. This is the glass. This is the mask. And mask the fruit. There we go. Oh, wait. Yeah. That's right. Just right on the edge. There we go. Oh, Labor Day, that's right. That's right. Yeah, right. I forgot. Ooh, gummy ice cream cones. Nice. Yeah, there was a lot of weird gummy candy for Halloween this year in Japan. They've already started because, yeah, they just start Halloween so early because, yeah, I think I talked about it before. There's not like a huge connection to the holiday. There's a little bit of dress up and stuff, but people love the imagery, the merchandise of Halloween. So if they have the chance to do that, they literally will do it for 2 months. Like, it's going to be all of September, all of October is going to be Halloween, everything. And just like they do with Christmas. Christmas is literally November and December. It's all Santas and Christmas trees here. Because there's no holiday, but the look of it, you know, anybody that likes Western-y things, you know, will support that. Yeah, Labor Day. That's a good idea. I completely forgot. That's right, yeah, back to school. And everything. Yeah, I get so out of touch with those things that mark the seasons and mark the change of things, like Memorial Day and Labor Day. I rarely know they're happening. But I do know when Respect for the Elderly and Mountain, Sky, and Ocean Day are. Alright, I don't think there's a Sky Day, but there's a Mountain and an Ocean Day. Alright. They just should, well, the days of the week. Oh yeah, that's a funny thing. The days of the week are named after the elements in, and this probably comes from China. but the words for Japanese days of the week and the kanji are actually elements. So like fire and water, and yeah, so that's very interesting. So no Norse gods or anything in Japan. So yeah, it's very funny. Yeah, so I guess that helps with your Pokemon or whatever. It helps you learn the kanji for your Japanese Pokemon cards. Nice. Yeah, I like that little astronaut. Oh, here we go. I just click any random link that K5 sends me, so. Oh, those are cool. Wow. They're like opaque. I wasn't expecting that. And I wasn't expecting free shipping if I spend more than $29. Oh, those are cool. Yeah, I didn't picture them. Every gummy I always picture as translucent, but those look cool. Wow. Nice. Nuts.com. Nuts.com. Yeah, I'm sure they had to buy that from some some horrible gay porn empire or something. Somebody was sitting on that domain for a while, waiting for a buyer. All right. Yes, something I don't know. I'm not feeling either of these. Maybe just that is better, because it's more clear that there's a weird thing. There's a weird thing that shouldn't be there. It works a lot better. Let me make this a little bigger. There we go. Pulse.org. Yeah, I can imagine. But that's the nonprofit for nonprofit support of nuts. Your ball charity, your nonprofit organization for. Okay, yeah. So maybe these guys on one side. So that's this and this. No, where is it? This. These guys on one side and all of this over here a little bit. Yeah, this might make it more clear. Let's make it a little smaller, I guess. Does that one, do I want to be see-through with this? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be kind of cool if I do like green glass or something. That might look cool. Alright. Yeah. Try that. Hey Joe, how's it going? Alright, and bring everything down just a little bit. Yeah, it looks a little high. Yeah, plus the shadows. Yeah, all about the accessories and not about the beverage. After Labor Day, a paper umbrella was very frowned upon. Oh, where's my color picker? So, what do we want to do? Yeah, maybe I'll do greens. Oh, no. Yeah, so. very vibrant greens. And maybe like a light blue for the soap. And then something very warm for the umbrella. There we go. Oh, actually, maybe not pure white, because it's a cheap one. Yeah, I think that'll work. And looks less crowded and kind of confused. There we go. And then maybe a label on the shampoo. Or whatever it is. Yeah, maybe that could be light blue. Okay, there we go. All new. Whoa! White Russian chai tea. That sounds awesome. I don't know, that's pretty culturally diverse though. Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to think of what that would taste like. That's cool. Oh, and maybe some flowers on the umbrella. Or some kind of decorations. Maybe like pink or something? So it stands out a little more. Like, not at all. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, I miss not being able to get together, like our game nights and stuff. People would just show up with like random ingredients to make insane mixed drinks. So we'd have a lot of really cool stuff that I hadn't tried before. Because like so many people have been bartenders, so it's nice to have them around and try different stuff, and we get an interesting variety of alcohol here. Like, you know, they like to import, Japan likes to import a lot of different stuff, so we can get all kinds of different liqueurs and stuff for mixing. Yeah, I miss that a lot. That was fun. Wait a minute, is that not on the... Oh, shit. Did I really not... No? It's there? Oh, it's just delayed. Just delayed. I didn't see it. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, that works. All right. So I think I'm gonna have to say bar of soap because I'm not sure if it's gonna read exactly what that is. Oh. Yeah, I wonder what the tourist seasons had to be really bad for states like Florida, or, you know, like the South, or even like the Southwest. Or I guess that's not you don't go into the desert during the summer, but you do go to the beach sometimes. Yeah, I wonder what tourist numbers were like, because this will be a second summer of whoops, of no tourists. Same in Japan though too. And there's actually a kind of a cultural attack. This is really bizarre. So kind of inspired by Korea, because Korea is so anti-Japanese and is so obsessed with, it was atrocities, and it was a invasion. What Japan did to Korea. It was an invasion of their country. But Korea is not going to move on with any modern, kind of updated thinking about that, and they're encouraging China to be very anti-Japanese, and saying because Chinese right now tourists can't travel to Japan, and it was insanely popular for a while, especially this side of Japan, the western side of Japan, for Chinese tourists to come here, and now they can't travel here, so they set up like a little Kyoto, or like a Japantown kind of thing in one of the big cities in China. And there's been a lot of Koreans saying, you must resist the evil Japanese influence, claiming their soft empire is just an invasion and a corrupting force on your culture. So people are protesting, and I think they shut down. But it was the only place where you could get Japanese goods, actually Japanese-made Japanese goods, in China. So there's this weird anti-Japanese. It's very political and I'm sure there's a certain timing that they're taking advantage of. But that was really disgusting. So there may not be a return of Chinese tourists if they're getting all fired up and anti-Japanese, which is weird. But yeah, that's happening now. Just reading a little bit about that. So bizarre. Oh, yeah, right. That's right, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, I should have taken the day off. If I knew it was Labor Day, I wouldn't be laboring. I gotta check my calendar more often. Yeah, I only take off days for surgery. Only surgical intervention keeps me away from live streams. But yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's where all the oh shoot. Gotta do one more thing here. That's right, the southern governors are all no masks. Yeah, right. But I'm sure that is a also an attempt to attract tourism. That's probably the sad truth about it is the reason they're taking that position has nothing to do with public safety, personal beliefs, or whatever. They're just like, let's get the so what actually blue, I guess it could be like Bud Light or something in that can. I'm trying to think of what is in that can. But yeah, it could just be the southern governors trying to protect their tourism. The tourism dollar. Yeah, I'm surprised no more ugly, kind of pathetic pandering went on with Japan and Chinese tourism. Because Chinese tourism, they were pressuring last year. They were pressuring Japan to open back up. The Chinese government actually said, oh, Japan should open back up to Chinese tourists. Last year. It's insane. End of last year, they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's over. So why don't you just let us back into your country? And I'm sure there's many people that wanted, many people that are financially getting destroyed because they invested in, cheap drugstores and souvenir shops and electric bidet toilet seats for the for our Chinese overlords, for the Chinese tourist market. Yeah, so I don't know. But that's really weird, yeah, that anti-Japanese thing. It comes and goes all the time. There's always some issue that comes up. All right. But it's funny that it's still like basically Korea that is still obsessed. Oh wait, there's white here that's still so obsessed with things that happened during the war, because Japan, this doesn't look good. Japan did, crazy stuff to every single Asian country during that time, and all the other countries are eager to move on and do business, and Korea is the only one. I think because Korea wants to, usurp Japan. That's been their whole motivation, is to be the new Japan. I mean, I really think they see themselves as like Japan in the 80s, but it's just not going to happen. There's just not enough opportunity, not enough public infrastructure there. That's why Koreans leave. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about this because somebody Korean is going to jump on. But yeah, it's very, very strange. Does that look like an orange at all? I don't know. Oh, microphone. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, the whole thing... I mean, Japan is definitely much more westernized Asian country, but the anti-Japanese stuff is all based on the war. And, Japan has kind of, apologized for things that happened during the war, but still there's still some bad blood and some I think it's just stuff that's never going to be reconciled. And also Korea uses it for financial gain, because they keep demanding. I mean, there's constant reparations demanded from Korea, from Japan to Korea, and they did that immediately after the war. There were huge payments that went to millions and millions of dollars that went to Korea from Japan, who was also in the middle of a rebuilding, and it was all spent to build new gorgeous government. Damn, how can I do this? Maybe this way. If you look at all the government buildings in Korea that were built after the war, in South Korea, after the war, they're amazing. They're beautiful. And so that money that came from Japan didn't go to people, didn't go to victims of forced labor or forced prostitution or anything that happened. It was spent by the government to build nice new public buildings that provide zero infrastructure for their citizens. It's shameful. All right, let's do something on the can. Yeah, no, it's gonna look more like Pepsi. Yeah, and then some. All right. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully it'll look better shaded. Yeah, it's crazy. But I think similar to Germany, Japan is doesn't want to talk about it, so it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy issue. It's not a good understanding of it by the public either. Alright. What's going on? There. Oh no. Damn. Okay, wait. I thought for sure I filled everything. Now I have. Oh, yeah, it's not as bright as I thought. Alright. So, I put some blue, I think, on those ice cubes. Again, something else. Alright, one more spot here. There we go. Maybe a little bit darker blue. Maybe. Okay. Thicker shadow if I'm going to do that. All right, now I'm just talking talking through the shading. Nice. Now just white. Oop. White. Jeez, yeah, the sensitivity of this is not where I need it to be. Alright, something like that. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna come across, but we'll try it. Hey, Michael Scott, how's it going? Oh, there we go. That's what I need to be doing every week is what non-fungible tokens of every cartoon. So you can own any cartoon. Yeah, that's very so many artists that post on Instagram or do streaming, everything they're working on, they're selling. So people that become collectors of their things, they watch the stream and then they can buy, they can bid on or buy the art that's being done on the stream. That's a racket. But I guess it's good. I mean, it's a good way if you want to connect with an artist and follow them and collect their work. I mean, that's a great way. That's great access to that sort of thing. If I was producing actual original art, and I guess the NFTs is the only way for me to do that, because this is not, this is not a physical. I'm not creating anything physical, so it's the way to create ownership for something digital. Someday that'll be my retirement plan. I'll create tokens with all of these, with each cartoon embedded, and have an auction. Ouch, tonic water. Yeah, yeah. That's some bitter. When you're not expecting that, that has to be a really bitter, miserable surprise. Yeah, what else is like that? Like drinking, like, thinking you're gonna get cola and getting, like, cold coffee. Stuff like that is, yeah, those shocks to your taste buds are miserable. But also, yeah, carbonation when you're expecting water. Yeah, when you're expecting flat water, has to be miserable. Okay, oh, I should put some liquid inside this bottle. It doesn't make any sense why there's just an empty wine bottle. Nothing is making sense this time. How about a little more red in the wine? Something. Alright, so new layer, and where's the color? What? Okay, I don't know why that happened. A bad shortcut. Oh, perfect. Okay, so it goes behind. So turn this stuff off. And it goes behind the label, which is perfect. And then fill. Oh, actually, go this way. Oops, this way. There we go. And maybe a little highlight line. Now I gotta figure out how to make this look transparent. That's too dark. Yeah, maybe just overlay works the best. Nice. Oh, yeah, milk. That would be a shock. Yeah. Not expecting milk, I think, has to be a terrible, a terrible taste. Well, those eyes are kind of lost now, but yeah, it'll work. All right. So I think we got something here this week, kinda. Sorry. Oh well. It's been 2 hours. It took a while. I didn't think I did as much drawing as usual. It's funny. Yeah. Yikes. Alright, so let's switch over to comments. So let me move this. Oh, there we go. And every time I see like a paused frame on this live stream, I always look so exhausted and angry. I don't know. I should make it'd be hard to make a good thumbnail of this live stream because most of the time it's just you know, these weird single frames. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. All right. Okay, so let's try... Oh, wait, did I... Let's see. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's switch to the comments. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had to put the new camera in all the different scenes, and I wasn't sure if I got them all. But I did. This one is just above all of the stuff that it should be, so there we go. All right, so donuts from... put this maybe down here. Donuts from last week. There's a little microphone here for you. So yeah, September 2nd. So, oh wait. did the I guess just reload from here. Yeah, there's one, but maybe no one saw the 7th yet. Yeah, so this hasn't gone out. But if you remember, the one for today was magazines seem to reproduce at a monthly rate. We'll see how that goes over. Oh, the donut one that did okay. 7 comments. Yikes. I wonder what people are going to be arguing about. Which donuts are the best. September 2nd was there seemed to be some confusion over donut holes and whole donuts. So let's see. As my late father... Uh-oh. Now they know what a box of chocolate feels like. Nice. As my late father would say, as you go through life, dear brother, let this be your goal. Keep your eye upon the donut and not upon the hole. Oh, it's a dead father. Got a lot of replies. I see. My grandfather had said to me once, I think it was a slogan for something. Oh. So maybe. And, oh, it's Mayflower Donut Company. I looked into this previously. Was interesting. It is how it stuck in my non-English speaking father's mind to be told to me decades later. Interesting. So that was the as you go through life with your brother, let this be your goal. Keep your eye on the donut, not on the hole. Was a Mayflower Donuts slogan. That's funny. Well, nice. Thanks for the info. It's great that it's stuck in your dad's mind. Yeah, all those advertising slogans end up punishing us sometime later. Sometimes I just don't want a whole donut. I've learned the hard way that in any group setting, I have to be careful not taking half, even when I use a knife. Don't touch the part I leave. Some groups are okay with, while others are not. Bring me a box of each. I'll sort it out. Nice. All right. Oh, that's right. That's 5 days ago. Yeah, it was last week. Last Thursday. Nice. A lot of donut discussion. Let's go back and see August 31st. Oh, that's right. I think we've already seen the... Whoa, 9 comments. So somebody started a chopstick argument, I suppose. Pocky, aren't they a wee bit too brittle? Definitely. Did I already do this? Yeah. They're too brittle for that. So many different flavors. I wish we would do that here. Green tea is my favorite. Mail order. Amazon has them, and there are a couple of Japanese food sites as well. Boxu.com. It's right. The box of Japanese snacks. Breakfast natto with chocolate. Breakfast natto with chocolate or matcha pocky might be something to try. We made matcha tiramisu about a year ago for the first time. Now I enjoy tiramisu without the coffee. Yeah, I've had that in Japan too. They put matcha powder in tiramisu or on tiramisu, maybe instead of cinnamon. That's an odd taste because it's just an odd taste. Yeah, I guess that reads as rice. Yeah, morning natto. So natto, it's something I can't, or it's not worth eating on stream because it's so gruesome. The smell is pretty gruesome. The taste is good, but the smell is pretty bad. But yeah, it's eaten for breakfast a lot here, so it smells like a certain French cheeses and things that just make you nauseous, just the smell of them. It's like that. It's a really rotten, disgusting smell because it's fermented soybeans. But it's eaten at breakfast time, which is weird because I don't have any tolerance for bad smells at breakfast. And so somebody is like stirring their little bowl of natto. That's pretty nasty. And the other thing it has is these weird little white strings on it. So like something from like one of the Alien movies, like this. So it's little, like tan colored, like light brown beans that are fermented and kind of have the slime around them. And then when you take a little portion of them, there's these little white strings that like cling to the remaining. So yeah, it's pretty gruesome as far as visual. So it smells bad and it looks bad, but it tastes good. Too many things in life. Okay. So Pocky is also sold at Walmart. Oh, that's so depressing. Is that true? Yeah, there must be some distributor, like Mars or one of the big candy companies or Nabisco or something that licensed Pocky. Pocky is sold at Walmart. I bet that's regional, though, because Walmart is such a regional distributor thing. I bet it's like Walmart on the West Coast or whatever. Got a smile out of me. Oh, really? Wow. Well, that's good. Nice. All right. So a smile is almost as good as a laugh, right? That was a lot of Pocky discussion. I guess fire suppression isn't going to be such a hot topic. We've already been here. Yes. All right. So let's try a couple of randoms. Oh, sorry. The chat is now a little harder for me to see. There we go. Oh, look at this. An egg timer. When is this? 2015. Wow. Even with all the bell ringing, they still remained unconvinced that they were 2-minute eggs. All right. What? Remember, I was here. At my altitude, it's 3-minute eggs take 4 minutes. Nice. There were 3-minute eggs. There ain't nobody gonna get them different. All right. Another random. Another 2015. Ooh. It was now clear that they weren't drinking grape juice. And it was so good. So there's the drunken blush on the glass. I think that's one of the few times I've done that, is made a glass blush. 2018. Oh, this is the sorry. Very standard, cafe au lait can. I wonder if it might have changed. But for the longest time, the coffee in a can in Japan looked like that if you got the cafe au lait. Coffee from a vending machine was not what they expected. Nice. Coffee culture shock. 2019, this is one I definitely... Oh, there's a pile of magazines from before. That's a better... Oh, that's almost the exact same... There we go. That's almost the exact same drawing I did last week. The thick book and the stack of magazines, except it was only 3. But yeah, large metropolitan... This is a phone book, though. Large metropolitan areas did their best to ignore as many small towns as possible. But visually, yeah, that's a pretty similar image. I'm losing it. I'm losing my... ability to differentiate. So nice. How many people are left that actually understand what those volumes are supposed to be? That's true. If it weren't for the little yellow pages here, we wouldn't have any phone books left. Oh, wow. And yeah, behind you on payments, Sal, I'm going to shoot this this 38 to the phone book. Do you want a kneecap? Nice. Yeah, some of those phone books you couldn't shoot somebody through. They'd be definitely killed. All right. They all agreed the bubble tape just didn't make sense. 2017. It's a group of prejudiced gum. Chewing gum. Oh, there we go. 2018. Oh, this is, Halloween joke. The entire concept of candy corn had now become even more confusing. So instead of candy apple, it's a candy corn. I wonder if that came across. Maybe not. There go my teeth. Nice. A shiny candy corn. All right, last one, 2015. There we go. Recently, all of his opinions and ideas looked rather similar. Oh, it's very meta. It's a cartoon within a cartoon. What was this? I forget what inspired this. Yeah, a target. Yeah, I forget. Nice. Yeah, feeling targeted or being... Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder what that's from. It's been long enough now that I can't remember. 6 years ago? I can't remember. Just a target. Unlike? Alright. Well, let's get back to it. If I can manage this here. There we go. There we go. Yes. Oh, that's weird. There, the chat wasn't updating. Ah, sorry. Oh. Yeah, right. Yeah, Go Comics is like a weird alternate version of chat. Much older, I think, from some of the comments, and all the dead parents. I'm guessing people are maybe even older than me. I may be that's where I feel young, is among the Go Comics crowd. I'm one of the youngsters. Yeah, I like that. As far as talking gum, I liked Big League Chew, that simulated like tobacco pouch gum, because you could just like take half of a pouch and stick it in your mouth as a kid. So there was no limit on the quantity. So that was nice. And it was shredded, so it was real soft and easy to chew. But I was a big fan of the Big League Chew. I wonder when that disappeared. Yeah, right. We should go through the comments. Yeah, I think there are. I think Katarina, it might be Yum's doppelganger. That's true. Yeah, everyone is. It is like a direct equivalent. Everyone has their matching. Has their matching counterpart, or they're like total opposite, like Bizarro Universe version. Oh, powdered gum, yeah, or oh no, this wasn't gum, but my daughter would buy this spray candy. It was like some kind of sugar syrup in a spray bottle. So it was just a little cheap plastic spray bottle, and you just sprayed it in your mouth, and it was spray candy. But she loved it because you just like coat your mouth with like this candy spray and just but I remember her that is like seriously low effort sweetness, low effort sugar intake is just spraying liquid candy into your mouth. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love Big League Chew and those stupid monster baseball cards, the stickers. It was kind of like inspired by the totally Ratfink, the kind of what's the artist's name? The artist that does Ratfink. All the dragster, like the monster dragster and the Ratfink kind of characters, all that stuff that kind of happened in the 60s. Inspired by that, but I think it was in the late 70s or 80s, and it was all monster baseball cards, all these like stupid, kind of nasty looking monster cartoons, and they just had like parody baseball player names. But candy cigarettes, yes, I'm that old. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, candy bubblegum. I think I remember. I remember the candy ones, but I prefer the bubblegum cigarettes. But I think they had paper. The bubblegum big. Yes, thank you. Yes, Ed Roth, Big Daddy Ed Roth. That's right. Yeah, the Rat Fink artist. Yeah, so I think a lot of that stuff that I remember as a kid was inspired by his artwork. And there's still a lot of artists inspired by him that do car art and stuff for classic car shows and stuff. Yeah, thanks K5. I knew you would know that, but yeah, his stuff is great. Yeah, they still do like plastic model kits and stuff of a lot of his illustrations, especially in Japan. They love that stuff. So you can get those, Ravel or whoever did those, but the big model kits of his characters in the cars with the big stick shift, the big like 8-ball shifters and stuff. All right. Yeah, well, that'd be great. Big League Chew. I'm sure I'd be like completely overwhelmed now about that amount of sugar. Yeah, that would be a pretty disgusting stream. Is just chewing shredded bubble gum and trying to talk on stream. Oh yeah. That's right. The spray, yeah, like yeah, whoever made the cough drops, like Ludens or whatever. Yeah, right. Just for fun. Yeah, cherry cough drops. Those were awesome. I don't think they had much effect, but I loved a lot of those. The ones that didn't have menthol or any like medicated taste, but were just cherry flavor, like Ludens. I think I remember, just tasted like cherry, so you just wanted to eat them like candy instead of when you had a sore throat. All right, yeah, my mic placement skills are still lacking. All right. Oh. Powdered laundry detergent, that had to burn. Oh man, you were a pioneer. That was before the Tide Pod biting fad. All right, let's switch the keyboard a little bit more in range. Oh, I forgot. There was one more thing I wanted to add to the. Maybe I'll run and get that real quick before we do the convenience store thing. I want to show you guys that other part that I got. All right. So this is not about magazines. Oops. Yes, I was thinking something about he enjoyed all of the accessories, but not the actual beverage or not the actual drink. Enjoy the what do you say, the accessories or the stuff? Oh wow. Oh my god, yeah, I can't imagine the chemicals in laundry detergent. Yeah, as kids too, that's the thing. Is like that's where, like huffing paint and everything comes from. Is just like, can I get high off of this? Will this make me dizzy? Like there's so much stuff that as kids we try to figure out. Nice. Yeah, knickknacks. What's the? I'm just gonna cinnamon in it. I'll get something from the thesaurus on this one. Yeah, it's like it's gonna probably get into fashion a little bit too much. Extras, add-ons, adornments. Yeah, this is more decoration. Trimmings, trappings. Yeah, those are kind of old. Yeah, accessories. The extras, the frills, the bells and whistles. Not the actual drink. The glass seemed to enjoy... We're reluctant to be a beverage. Oh, still got a little Red Bull left. Doodads, that's a good one. Doodads. Elmer's glue, nice. Yeah, you know. Is that Elmer's that has the cow on it? Or am I thinking, is that another glue company? Let's see. Enjoy the... Everything but the actual beverage. Yeah, what is it? Like you like the stuff, the stuff, but not the thing. That's great. Talking about sniffing laundry detergent made K5. Want to get high. Remembering those laundry detergent days. Yeah, I wonder how fast you'd kill your brain snorting laundry detergent. Oh, the trappings of beverage, being a beverage. Yeah, the going through the motions. The what's that called? The it's not accessories. Yeah, I don't know. There's something that, yeah, the appearance of, yeah, maybe just appearance. Seem to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage without the actual drink, or the liquid part, or the the glass seemed to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage. A beverage without the actual drink. K5's gonna start a count. Just do hash marks on the walls until nice. No way. Oh, that's so crazy. They still make that. It must be like a big company though that made it. So Big Lychee was still around. Dude, heads, kids. Oh man. Without the actual that the rhythm of that is nice, but it's not that funny. The glass seemed to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage without the actual drink. It's not that funny, but the rhythm of those words is really good. Without the actual drink is a nice phrase. An appearance of being a beverage. It's just not funny. Damn it. All right. And so after Labor Day, the soap was being rather inappropriate. Post Labor Day. An exotic bath, exotic. I'm missing something. Oh, dude. Oh, I was a little bit slow on that. Don't do dads, kids. Yum's gonna. Whoa, I don't even. This is getting rough. Yeah. Kinkier than Chuck Berry. Yeah. Oh man. Doodads. Yeah, I wonder if doodads.com is a creepy a creepy gay porn site. All right. Yeah, something about trying too hard or inappropriate. The he just found it an inappropriate accessory. Why? After, geez, my typing is going to hell. Labor. I think it's this. The angle of this keyboard. Sure. Make excuses. Blame your tools. All right. He just found it an inappropriate accessory after Labor Day. Right? Summer is over. No more tropical drinks. Ah, maybe a frown then too, to show who's like disapproving might help. Come on. There we go. Oh, jeez. What happened? What happened? Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Undo. There we go. Yeah, I think I hit the make a JPEG button with my heavy wrist. Yeah, that's pretty good. Here we go. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, so it was... maybe that's a better thing, like having to stay... Missing another summer vacation. Oh, that might be good. Yeah, the soap was showing symptoms of missing too many summer vacations. That might be good. He found it inappropriate. Yeah, 'cause Labor Day. Well, I think Go Comics is pretty. I think North American based, so they'll know Labor Day. But summer vacation might work. Yeah, I completely undid everything. Yeah, vacation's good too. So the soap was showing symptoms. Can I spell missing to the summer vacation? Jesus. I think I missed a key there. Let's find out. Vacations. Let's break it here. Oh, so they're both soap, though, so maybe I should say the bar of soap. The bar of soap was showing symptoms of missing too many summer vacations. That's a happy quarantine joke. Oh, I think like wearing white pants are a summer thing. So anything that's like summer only, like open-toed shoes or like sandals or whatever, and stuff after Labor Day are supposed to be, unfashionable. But the weird thing is, though, Japan has a weird obsession with white jeans. So white jeans just kind of like randomly show up in trends, and so people are just wearing white jeans like any season in Japan. It's really strange, but yeah, it just like randomly becomes a trend, and so you'll see both men and women just wearing white jeans in the middle of winter or whatever. Yeah, don't drop the stove comments. Only in this chat. Nice. Yeah, you should. The day after Labor Day, an entire like Puff Daddy white party ensemble. Just to piss people off. I can't believe it. Yeah, I think that's a really old thing too. I think that's a really old, like 50s kind of fashion thing. Okay, the bar of soap was showing symptoms of missing too many summer vacations. Yeah, that's that little frown. The two things on the little frown definitely looks kind of old school. This comic, this cartoon was very much like that. Okay, this is the one. The glass seemed to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage without the actual drink. No ice cubes. I like the ice cubes are just sitting outside. That was the thing that made me want to keep this drawing. I like the idea of ice cubes just sitting there. Oh, maybe I should draw a little bit of melt on the ice cubes. Take some of that blue. Maybe darken it a little bit. And give it a little bit of... not... Oh, I can lighten it up. It's on its own layer. Give a little bit of this deal. Oops. Yeah, that might be enough, actually. What's going on? It's really that dark still? Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, I found a pretty cool sticker website that I was going to take a look at. I'll actually show. Yeah, let's just do that. It's just a suggestion of melting. Oh. Hit tomatoes through it. But if you're poor, you can save the tomatoes and make a soup. Oh, I love this chat so much. Oh my god, it's you guys are life affirming. If you've never been called that before, you are life. A life affirming chat is what happens here every week. So you're basically my life support system. All right, the glass seemed to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage without the actual drink. I like, it's not funny, but I like that wording a lot. The bar of soap was showing symptoms of missing too many summer vacations. Yeah, both of those are very standard, this kind of joke, so I guess it works. It's not good, but there's so much of it. Yeah, that's why I've done this cartoon for so many years, so people can say, well, it's not very good, but there are so many cartoons to read. So you got to go through you've got to go through all 2,000 before you can pass judgment. So that's what I'm using as my buffer against people that say this sucks. I I totally missed the... There has definitely got to be a Thanos-themed sex toy out there. I'm sure there's an Infinity Gauntlet sex toy, too. It's so funny. Yeah, right. That's a lot of purple resin. Yeah, I think both of those work. I'm gonna run away real quick and get a drink that I wanted to show you guys for just as it's a weird trend right now. The glass seemed to enjoy the appearance of being a beverage without the actual drink. It's correct, and it's spelled correct. I want to show you something that's maybe it might be getting popular in the US too. It's all just weird trends, but for some reason this is like a big trend now in Japan, and even with the fast food and everything, it's showing up everywhere. Okay. Oh, well, that's cool. But I'm not going to do that. JPEG. Very high JPEG. The only thing that's high about me is the resolution of my JPEGs. All right, this is getting stupid. Oh man. There we go. That's coming up quicker. I wonder what happened. All right, and this one, the bar of soap was showing symptoms of. And wow, that's weird. Yeah, I think the file system is finally doing its thing. All right. I gotta continue drawing. Yeah, I want to look at that sticker site though, and see if it's worth doing, because it's big enough. I think it's based in, like, the one in the EU is or the one in Europe is UK based, and then there's a Japanese based one. I think there's an American version too, so it might be easy to order the stickers from. Yeah, I think they're all connected, and it's all the same business, same company. But what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'll just put this up. Yeah, stickerapp.jp. So this is translated from the Japanese site. But yeah, they have the stickers end up being a couple of bucks a piece, though, but they're up to like 3 to 5 centimeter. That's like an inch, a little bit over an inch by a little bit over like about 1 by 2 inches. And so yeah, 5 by 5 would be 2 by 2. But then I think you can set up a library where you can order one-offs. So depending on the size. But yeah, so when I saw this website, this one here made me think, yeah, my cartoons might work well as the as cutout stickers on a site like this. So maybe I should look into doing something like this. If they do drop shipping, or I'm not sure if they do or not, but I can figure out a way to. But it looks like a cheaper alternative. Some of the sticker printers here are pretty expensive, and they want like the minimums. You know, you're already over a couple $100 just to do their minimums. So yeah, for vinyl stickers, that's a pretty good price. Ooh, we can do holographic or prismatic. How expensive does it get? Oh, not that much more expensive. Wow, holographic, definitely. Oh wow, they've got craft paper. Yeah, this is cool. They've got a huge variety of water resistant mirror. Wow. Yeah, so something like that might work well if they do. Oh, no. Oh, nice. Oh, that's right. This thing is like huge, isn't it? It's, yeah, right. Almost 3 feet tall. Yeah, 32 inches. Oh, there's your little, yeah. There's your Reed Richards or whatever standing next to him. Oh, come on. And how much is it? Like $5,000? These Hasbro Kickstarter things are getting pretty wacky in their prices. Yeah, I keep seeing stuff going up on here, and like they did a replica of the I think the scale of the action, like a 3.5 inch or whatever action figure, whatever those are, those standard Star Wars figures of the ship from the Mandalorian. Jeez. And it was like $500. It was like $400, $500. Yeah, it's crazy, staggering, and it's got LEDs. That's crazy. I love Galactus. That would be a super awesome Galactus. Yeah, I have a pretty big one from the original Silver Surfer and a Galactus from the old days. But I won't turn off anything. I'll just run quick and get something. Oh, there it is. Oh, 300 plus. Yeah, that's crazy. I was going to do stickers of the cartoons, like do the random cartoons. I'm going to find out if I can find a place similar to this. If they don't, but do drop ship, I can actually sell those free shape stickers off of a site that I don't have to like print 100 and then send them off. But yeah, they'd be those. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, I got to do the orange. Be right back. There we go. All right, well, we may as well switch over. Yeah, Galactus is excellent. That's what I liked about the Silver Surfer too, is the that connection. All right. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can upload. I can upload. Hey, Lil Will, how's it going? Nice. So I just got back, so let's switch over to the convenience store. Alright, hope that chime is a little bit better volume-wise. Nice. Hey Crystal, how's it going? Alright, just in time for the convenience store. So I am in the middle. I'm in the only photographed aisle of a Japanese convenience store. So this is something weird that has showed up everywhere now, mostly I think this summer in Japan, is craft cola. So it's like a homemade, like if you've ever tried to make your own Coca-Cola, that's what it tastes like. And all the fast food shops and everything are starting to carry this as one of the choices, kind of like the limited choice. So this is not a great company. This is the Poka Sapporo. They do kind of cheap kids drinks and stuff that I don't think they that's not one of the better drink companies, not the Coca-Cola of Japan. But I was curious to try this. There's a few competing sodas in Japan, but as you can see, maybe it's really light. Like it's very clear compared to the color of it is not that deep caramel Coca-Cola color. It's pretty light. And yeah, I'm just curious. Always they seem to go overboard with the wrong ingredient when they're trying to do their own cola flavors. So I was curious how this tasted. Hey, Unknown Girl, how's it going? Oh, wow. Whoa, jeez. It's pretty sweet, and it's pretty, I guess, Spice Factory, they're not lying. Whoa. What am I tasting? It's a ton of cinnamon. What does that say? Selected and blended with craftsmanship. Yeah, I guess so. Wow. So, yeah, cinnamon. Sorry. Wow. Yeah, I don't recognize. Garlic? It actually says, is that serious? I think there's garlic in here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's ginger too. Oh man, this stuff is crazy. It's very. I thought it was going to be like one of those like weak imitations of Coca-Cola. It has garlic. Let me take a look here. I don't know what. There's a couple of odd words. I think they're using like European words. The cinnamon. I don't know what crombu is. Or yeah, there's definitely. Yeah, it's definitely cinnamon, and it also says garlic and cumin. Oh wow, yeah. There's garlic, cumin. Ugh, this is really bizarre. Curry oreg. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a couple of words that they're foreign words, but they're not English words, so it's hard to. This is insane. The flavor of this is really bizarre. Yeah, there's definitely. I guess I would just say shoga, but I don't see that in the thing. Oh, maybe there shoga is in kanji. So shoga is ginger, like raw ginger. Jeez, that's really, really aromatic. Yeah, it's really bizarre. $10 to chug it. I'm gonna hold off. Maybe I'll chug a portion of it at the end, but I need something to enjoy with my pizzara. So pizzara is kind of the domestic Pizza Hut, like the domestic pizza restaurant in Japan, and pizzara is how it's supposed to be pronounced, and I'm not sure. Most of the time when Japan uses a really weird word for their Japanese, they're trying to sound alike or imitate the sound of English or some other word, and I think they're trying to imitate the sound of Italian with pizzara. So I'm not sure, because it's not like one of those shortened words that they use, but yeah, you'll get a lot of flyers if you're in a Japanese apartment. You get a lot of flyers for pizzara. But this is not an actual pizza. It's actually just chips and their pizza sauce. And I don't think I've ever had one of their pizzas before, so I was curious. And it's in this cute pizza-shaped box. I just couldn't resist when I saw this. But let's see. Oh, is there anything? Yeah, it's just chips, creamy Italiana. Yeah, it's just sauce and some pizza chips. So a giant box imitating their pizza box. I think this whole thing is going to open up. Yeah. And yeah, it's just a little bag of chips and a little thing of pizza sauce. That's funny. Yeah, so here is the chips inside, and I'm not sure what they're. I guess they're just saying, "Oh, open." Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a. Have you guys seen this before? I didn't see this until coming to Japan. This is really common because people share everything. Like you bring party food and you don't put, like how I'm talking and making so much noise. Pizza nachos. You don't put things in bowls as much. And there's like some office parties or, home situations where people don't have, oh, come on. They want me to open it this way and they make it hard as hell to do it. So I've never seen this until I came to Japan, but this is a really common Japanese style. Oh, this bag is fighting me every step of the way. Well, this is going to be an approximation of what I wanted to show you. So you tear it at the seams, but you how the bag is like this and then seams at the end. You tear it completely flat, so it's like a piece of paper. Come on. And that's how you kind of lay it out, like if you're going to share chips, when you're studying together at a restaurant, or not a restaurant, at a cafe or something. So, this plastic bag is so thick and so heat sealed. It's crazy. There we go. Okay. So this is what I was trying to say. So you tear just a standard chip bag like this. This is super common here. I see people do this so many times. So then you don't need a bowl or anything. You just tear the bag completely flat. And so that's what the instructions are saying is for this little thing. That's why it comes in a big box. So tear it flat and then just put the bag liner back into the box. So, cha-cha, we have an easy way to share with myself. But that's the intention here, is making it easy to share, because they don't expect one person to be stupid enough to just stuff all these in their mouths. All right. But yeah, I hadn't seen that, so maybe I'm wrong, but I hadn't seen that. Yeah, just, oh, they got like there's some kind of flavoring on the chips, though. They're not, it's not like nacho or anything. And here's the sauce. Wow, yeah, that's a pretty strong pizza sauce. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. This is going to be weird, so I think they are... Oh, it's spicy. It's really spicy. It's really spicy. So I think they're trying to simulate their pizza flavor. So here goes. So the chips are... Something is flavoring them. Yeah, they're corn chips, but they've got some sort of coating on them, so they taste a little more pizza-like. Cheese, I guess it's just a cheese. It's a really dull, like a mozzarella cheese. Yeah, so they're trying to imitate, I guess, the taste of their pizza, because the sauce is just a tomato sauce. Spicy, though. So spicy tomato sauce, like pizza sauce. And then the chips have a powdered, like mozzarella cheese flavor to them. So they're trying to imitate their pizza taste. Yeah, it's interesting. But I don't have a good comparison. This is the worst combination ever. I don't have a good comparison because I don't think I've had their pizza sauce before. So this might actually be duplicating their pizza sauce pretty well, but I'm not sure. But I couldn't resist when I saw this big pizza box in the convenience store. Yeah. It's chips. Yeah, chips and like a pasta sauce. With some spice to it, though. So yeah, more pizza, more pizza than like, it doesn't taste so like Mexican restaurant style, more like Italian, imitation Italian food style. Yeah. So yeah, interesting. It's weird. Oh, this is the worst combination. This stuff is crazy. They just put it in the convenience store, so it was a whole shelf of it, and no one had bought a single bottle. No one had touched it, maybe because they read the ingredients. But the ingredients are insane. Oh wait, so we've got the back here. So there's lemon, caramel coloring, vitamin C. Oh, there's a little bit of artificial. There's some sucrose, and that's funny. I can usually taste artificial sugar pretty quickly, but there's so much going on in this crazy soda that I can't taste the chemical sugar at all. Yeah, it's really crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of random nonsense in this cola. Yeah, I don't know why they would go so over the top. Yeah, it's really it almost has that weird Christmas flavor, like some kind of weird holiday drink or something. Chips and salsa. I know this is the get hungry, especially if it's late where you are. It's the eat way past a safe time to eat segment. That's a pretty cool idea. As far as promoting their brand, because they do a lot of flyers and things, like I said. But as far as Pizza Hut and Domino's, I think, are still pretty dominant here. But Pizzata, it's trying their best. Yeah, perfect. I have no idea what the thinking is here. Yeah, it's a 10, so 10 spices blended. Oh, that's what the 10 is. The 10 Oliver. 10 spices blended to make this cola. It's really, really strange, really spicy. So cinnamon and ginger is already really weird together. But then when you have like weird hints of garlic and just all kinds of nonsense. Wow, it's really weird. I was not expecting that, because I tried one of the fast food places had a craft soda, and it was just like a crappy, like, homemade Coca-Cola is what it tasted like, just a simulation. So what is in what is in Coca-Cola? Let's see. So the real ingredients, 7 ingredients. Oh, come on. Yeah, they're not gonna specify. Oh, okay, wait. Oh yeah. So oils: orange, lemon, nutmeg, coriander, neroli, and cinnamon are the flavorings. And, of course, a lot of sugar. Lime juice, vanilla, and caramel. Huh. So that's supposedly the ingredients of Coca-Cola. So no garlic and no ginger. Yeah, this is so strange. I have no idea what they're going for. Yum's torturing everyone's appetites. Oh, that would be good. Hot dog flavored chips dipped in ketchup and mustard. That would be good. Yeah, the only place you can get kind of a shitty or like a cheap hot dog. Yeah, right. I have so many. I could just go right behind me to the refrigerated case and get another drink, but I'm stuck with this one. Yeah, Unknown Girl. This is definitely the last time I'm ever going to buy this cola. It's a very odd experience. I mean, it's worth it to know what this bizarre thing would taste like, but it does have a it reminds me of, like, if you visit some family that has like a first generation grandfather, and he makes some like hot, like, I could imagine tasting this as a hot drink during Christmas and being like, yeah, in Belgium we drink this, or wherever in Luxembourg, this is our favorite winter holiday drink. I can imagine it tasting just like this. And maybe because cinnamon and ginger are so dominant, and like probably nutmeg and coriander and everything that's in here. It's got everything except everything to make like Indian curry except that idea. Wow. Yeah, very bizarre. I had no idea. I'm curious to see if this sells at all, because I don't think anybody would say, "Oh, I want to try that." I just grabbed it because it's been a trend. And this is one of the few versions of it I saw in the convenience store. Usually it's at the coffee shops, and fast food places are all doing craft colas now. But none with garlic. I got lucky and found the most astringent. Yeah, it tastes like it would actually clean something pretty well too. It would be like a natural way to remove stains from your bedding or whatever. It's really weird because it's not very balanced. I think some of those spices are really, really dominant, and so it's just like this weird clash of flavors. Oh man, yeah, very strange, and a lot of sugar too. But then I guess also a lot of fake sugar. But it's very sweet, and then it's got all of this spice that it's propping up. Oh. A cranberry Sprite might be good. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. One of those unrefrigerated, unheated hot dogs. I'll grab one of those. Joe is fascinated with those unprotected meat products. Yeah, very bizarre. Oh yeah, so I'm sorry. The only cheap place you can get like a foot-long hot dog is Costco. Costco has cheap hot dogs, and they have the baseball park like rotating onion dispenser and things. So you got like ketchup and mustard in dispensers, and then that rolling onion dispenser, like going to see baseball games. Yeah, right. It's like literally. It's like Indian curry, like really, really... It's all the spices in Indian curry, plus cinnamon, and very sweet. So bizarre. Yeah, very strange. Wow. Oh, Unknown Girl, you're in Australia, right? Because our time difference isn't so crazy. How are things where you, if you're still on, how are things where you are as far as lockdown and rules and everything? Because all we're hearing about is Australia the Australian governments, like local governments, going power mad with trying to control people for quarantine and masks and lockdown and stuff. It sounds crazy. But I don't have any first-hand... I gotta stop drinking that. It's really bizarre. Yeah, I don't have any first-hand information, so I have no idea how true any of the reporting is. Wow, another 5 weeks at least. Oh, that really sucks. Over 100 cases. Wow. Yeah, it's the infections are really high here, but they're doing this like very weak-handed quarantine thing where they're just like restaurants, should close by 8 p.m. and they shouldn't serve alcohol, or if they do serve alcohol, stop serving at 6 p.m., which means most people can't get from work to a restaurant after work and actually get a drink. Wow. Yeah, it's too bad, and we're hearing some really crazy reporting about how extreme they're being with the measures. I mean, that's what they said right away, is if they would have been, completely, if they would have stopped international travel and everything right away, it might have been controlled earlier. But we've got variants that I think would make that not the case. Wow, I'm just eating chips and tomato sauce. Oh yeah, now you can see in the nicer camera, you can see me stuffing chips into my face. Nice. Yeah, definitely stay safe. Yeah, that's really really crazy to have that kind of situation. And it just seems like this is just going to continue over and over again, because they keep talking about this, or at least last year they were talking about this time, the summertime, is when it's supposed to be the lowest, but we're more active and interacting with each other, so yeah, it's becoming more of a problem, I guess, than the more contagious versions are becoming, making it even harder when you're interacting in warm weather, and yeah, it's crazy. They said 75 get shots. Oh, wow. Until 75% of the country is vaccinated. It's so crazy that it's so blindly. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about anything. But it seems very blind thing to do, is just put all your faith in getting stuck with a needle, because people are still getting infected. I mean, it doesn't sound like people are dying, but people are still getting infected. And when that's coming from America, it just makes me think it's a big pharma conspiracy. It doesn't it doesn't sound very honest, so it feels very strange. But it is. I mean, I guess it's the best guess. It's our latest best guess about how to deal with stuff. Oh, hey, Robbie. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, so it's a... Oh, hey, how's it going? Uh-oh. Looks like we're getting raided. Hey, it's Dr. Stephen Poop. Thank you for the follow. All right. Oh, good to see everyone. Nice. Yeah. Appreciate the raid. I wonder where this is coming from. Nice. It's supposed to be nice. Well, thank you, Robbie. I appreciate you being nice. This craft cola hasn't been treating me well, so I'm not going to drink any more of this. Not even for the sake of the raid. It's really terrible. So I found a Japanese cola that contains cinnamon and cumin and ginger and garlic and 10 other things that should never be in a cola. So everyone's trying their own unique recipes for cola. Your favorite spices. It's really, 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 really brutal. Nice. Oh yeah, so here's the Japanese convenience store. Hey, Superior, thank you. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we have your cup noodle and your unrefrigerated sausages over here. Joe's favorite. And then 100 types of potato chips. Most taste like Korean barbecue. Hey, Tangy Babe, thank you for the follow. Nice. Yeah, it's funny if you Google Japanese convenience store, like this photo or some variation of this exact photo comes up again and again. So this must be like some, like near Tokyo Station or something, like where everybody that's a tourist in Japan ends up seeing, because they keep taking this same photo over and over again. I spill a lot of stuff on the floors is why they're so shiny. Yeah, so you guys caught the convenience, the convenience segment of the live stream. So I'm usually trying something odd that I found at the convenience store. So the first odd thing was the Bizarre Craft Cola. So if there's any import stuff, the Poka Sapporo brand, I think exports to the U.S. And I hope this stuff never makes it there, though, because garlic and ginger do not belong in cola. And then the other thing was the Japanese pizza shop. Get the light on that. Japanese pizza shop made a set of nachos to show off their mediocre pizza sauce. So I opened those and tried to do a Japanese chip bag opening, but it didn't work so well. Nice. Yeah, no, I live in Japan, so I can stop by. So this is all the latest nonsense that you've seen. Yeah, Osaka. Yeah, thanks, K5. Yes. Right. Yeah, it's almost if you could get it perfectly symmetrical. I think there is something very, very Buddhist, very spiritual about the symmetry of the convenience stores. Oh, man. So, yeah, it's a... Nice. Yeah, so this is the kind of the standard stuff, the stuff that doesn't change very often, and then usually the end caps and the things by the register are always their newest or limited edition stuff, so you have to look... Yes, Tom Green. That's true. Yeah, so Japan, just to have kids, basically. That's what the whole kind of motivation for. We were living in Los Angeles before then, and my wife doesn't drive. My wife is from Osaka. My wife doesn't drive. So living in Los Angeles is pretty brutal if you don't drive a car. And so when it came time to have kids, we figured Japan would be a little less brutal. But I cannot play the saxophone. No. Nice. Yes, Yam. Thank you for the quote. The spirituality of the Japanese convenience store. Nice. Yeah. My wife's English is really good. She taught English for a while, but actually, the funny thing is, when I met her, she spoke Japanese and Spanish. She studied Spanish in university and lived in Spain, so she spoke Spanish much better than English. So, but everyone learns English from a very young age here, and so it didn't take much for her to. For that to improve, and she already had the vocabulary. It just was, like mostly forgotten when she switched to Spanish. But it was really funny because sometimes we were using my high school Spanish and her Spanish to communicate, because I knew zero Japanese when we met, and her English wasn't very good. So I was trying to remember all of my high school Spanish when I first met her. So that's an odd third language way to talk. But yeah, we're pretty much English and Japanese at home, so to keep it simple. Nice. Well, thanks. Yeah, thanks, guys, for showing up. Much appreciated. Yes, and denying you have a gambling problem is a symptom of the addiction. Yeah, more and more people are studying, and the government is kind of enforcing kids to start learning English like 5th or 6th grade. It used to be 7th or 8th grade was the first English that they ever spoke, and a lot of kids are doing private lessons starting in kindergarten. So there's a lot of kids. So It used to be when I was first in Japan, if somebody bumped into you and they saw you were foreign, they would give you that very Japanese sori, sori, that very kind of katakana, like the closest thing they could get to, an apology. So there's sori. But now, many younger people, if they hit you with their bag or whatever, they're saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like you get this like perfect pronunciation. So the very strange sounding Japanese English is going away because kids are learning it so much younger, and most schools have native teachers, like native speaking teachers now, so they're not learning English from Japanese teachers, which makes a huge difference in their pronunciation. So so it's improving a lot, and then they're doing a lot of bilingual stuff on trains and signs and things, so it's not so bad as a tourist. I think that's why it's getting popular to visit Japan as an English-speaking tourist, is because it's very friendly to English speakers now. Yeah, and it's very hard. The two languages, like English and Japanese, are as far apart linguistically as you can be. The word order, pronunciation, everything is totally opposite. So it's very hard because we have, like, with all the blended sounds, English has like 50,000 different unique sounds, and Japanese has only about 50. So they have to reproduce like all of this crazy stuff that they can barely even hear. So yeah, that's what makes it very hard. That's what makes it so hard. They read when Japanese was written vertically. It's read right to left, and you can also most books, like magazines and comic books and everything, are right to left. So that makes it odd, like especially with comic books, you're reading opposite, so you're doing the panel order the opposite direction. So it's a little bit hard, even if you can read Japanese. The panel order is a little confusing if you've read comic books, Western style. I said I wasn't going to drink that anymore. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah. So they have. So I did. Oh, I don't have it here, but I did a bilingual comic book here. That I used that gimmick of Japanese is read right to left, English left to right. So I did a comic book that was translated, and the middle, the kind of fold out, like the centerfold of the comic, was the end of the story, and you read to the middle. So it was a flip cover. One side was English, one side Japanese, and you could read it to the center and have both languages in the book and have them read in the natural direction. Because that's the problem with translating manga, is they flip the artwork so that it reads correctly. So it looks weird. But I'm sorry I don't have one of those within reach to show you guys. But but they're available. They're available on my website. So if you look in the description, I think there's or actually you can see, I think it's just the English version though. You can see the comic here. Oh yeah. So this is the English version. Oops, of that comic. Sorry, I didn't have a physical copy to show you, because it kind of makes the gimmick make more sense. But that's the website for the comic book. And the English version is available. Yes, there's a lot of. It's every variation on the potato chip you can imagine, and every flavor. They do like Japanese plum flavor or barbecue flavor, or a lot of like shrimp or crab flavor. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy chips. Oh, cool. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, Fantagraphics is great. Yeah, I love to visit their booth. When I lived in LA, I went to San Diego Comic-Con and showed comics at San Diego Comic-Con a lot. So I liked Fantagraphics a lot. That's cool. Wow. Nice. Yeah, K5 has ultimate mod abilities. That's cool. Oh, wow. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, I appreciate the visit. That's very cool. Oh yeah, I can. Let me switch over to so I can show you why I'm even doing this stream. Yeah, so I just finished the cartoon, but the reason I do the stream is for this cartoon. So this is gocomics.com, and so my cartoon is called Domestic Abuse, and I've been doing it for next year. It'll be 20 years. So it's a single panel gag cartoon, kind of magazine style, and the archive. So the archive is here, just gocomics.com/domestic abuse, and you can see the whole the whole nonsense. So it goes up to it goes back to 2004. I started doing it and publishing it daily on my own website 2002, and then 2 years later I got syndicated from Go Comics, and they so I just renumbered everything instead of like continuing to do daily. I just renumbered the first 2 years, and they started in 2004, maybe 2005. I don't see much as far as posting. Oh yeah, so the early stuff is a little rougher, but these are the early days, and in the early days it was a daily cartoon, but after I got syndicated it just didn't pay for itself, so I switched over to twice a week. So Tuesdays and Thursdays on this site you can see the cartoons, and every week I draw the 2 cartoons on the live stream, so you get to watch the creation of them, and even give me input about during the writing process. I get a lot of nice inspiration from the chat, so people are really it's really fun to kind of talk about what kind of joke I'm trying to make, or what kind of idea, because the I think K5 was the I can't remember, but the holes versus holes, hole donut versus holes in donuts, was recommended from the chat, so that totally came from the live stream. So that's been really fun to do. So about 3 years, I guess. I've been doing this as a live stream for about 3 years, but didn't have any kind of audience or any kind of chat until just a couple of years ago, when Hyphonics discovered me and raided a couple of times, and that's where the most of the wonderful people in the chat come from, as you probably know. Yeah, I like the sensibility of Far Side. I try not to the tone, I think, is different, but I like the there's a couple of different inspirations, and especially the background. Let me see. Whoops, I guess I won't Google search live on the stream, but let me see. There was I'll go back to here for a second. There was an artist that I liked. I think he was actually published in Playboy a lot, or maybe was it? I can't remember. The visual style kind of stuck with me. No, let's see. And I think I couldn't get away from. I couldn't get away from that look that he had. And one of the offices, like there was a company that I worked for, then in the office, one of the owners had an original print of one of his cartoons, like a lithograph of one of his cartoons. And I always liked that aesthetic. I'm totally blanking on the cartoonist's name now. That's pretty pathetic. But the look of his cartoon. Oh wait, the look of his cartoons was really inspiring. Is this? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, so he did a lot. Oh, sorry. I'm just rambling on. He did a lot of. So this look inspired me a lot. The real minimalist white background. He's got a much freer line and much more interesting. So Cummings, much more lively line, and but it's a lot of like two things having conversations. So that kind of got stuck in my head as a yeah, Michael Cummings. Oh yeah, he was a Penthouse. That's right. His stuff showed up in Penthouse. So Michael Arthur Cummings' Penthouse cartoons were really inspirational, if you wanted to know, for the origin of this. Yeah, so that's that may sound a little odd, but I really loved the no background, because always with magazine cartoons there's a suggestion of a background. There's like a floor line or a window or the line of the ceiling to put things kind of in a space and in a perspective. And I always liked how there's just no reference to where these things are, and they're balloons, so they're just kind of floating, floating in nowhere. So that became a really common theme for how a lot of my cartoons looked, and why I liked those two things opposed to each other. But yeah, so I tried to do some things that are more dynamic. But yeah, so there we go. I didn't find out Cummings' Penthouse coincidence. I read it for the articles and the cartoons. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Oh, very cool. Nice. Yeah, I'll take a look. This stuff, yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I switched the originally it was all Sharpie marker, so I did marker on just marker on paper, not even on board or anything. Because the one problem I was always having with art is being not committing to a line, not committing to a style, and revising things or redrawing things too much. And so and so the drawing it with marker makes you completely commit to your line and whatever you're doing, so no matter how bad it looks, you're kind of stuck with it. And so I liked that restriction, and so that's where the original style came from, is just a marker on paper drawing that I then scanned into the computer and colored in Photoshop. And then gradually, once the tablets, where the tablet is a monitor and you're drawing directly on the monitor, once those became a thing, then it seemed logical to be able to move to all digital. So I'm drawing into the program that I would, otherwise be scanning. And part of that came from the frustration of how the technology changed, where scanning became such a pain in the ass, and you were using third-party software, and you couldn't go right into Photoshop with scanning anymore. So that was another thing that kind of pushed me into just doing everything digital. The only thing I regret is there are no originals anymore. So when I drew, on the 8x10 paper, I would have originals of the uncolored cartoons that I could then hand color and send to people. And now I could do that, because my original, I could take the line work of my original and print it out, but it's, I could print out 1 million of them, so it's not unique, it's not original, it's not an original, it's one of many. Yeah, so that was the biggest change, probably. I'll just put the chat over here so I can read it. Yeah, so it became a little frustrating, a little different. Yeah, that would actually be, I should do a series, like go back to that old style and see how much my drawing has changed, or how much. Probably it will actually look worse than the original drawing, because it's been so long. Like I'm using the artificial stylus on an artificial drawing surface now, so it might change the my ability to hold a marker might oh yeah, the random is cool on this. So I do, when we take a look at the comments from the previous weeks, they do a little random. So here is obviously a marker drawing on paper, because it's got a wonkiness and an indefinite look to it. But yeah, so you can probably pinpoint, if you go through, you can find when I switched to all digital, because not only do I duplicate some objects, because you can copy paste, but I also the style of it changed a little bit more, because it was I tried to keep some of the accidents and some of the imperfection in there, but yeah, the digital just makes it too easy to, and like you'll see if you watch the stream when I'm drawing, if I draw something that looks a little off, I'll kind of just pull it and distort it digitally, which is a tool that you don't have if you're drawing on paper. You can't distort, you just have to redraw. And so I've started cheating a little bit that way, but it gives an overall similar presentation, just maybe a little less asymmetrical and kind of disturbing. So hopefully it's for the best. Yes, the cherry on top. I think Yum loves small fruit. I think small red fruit is Yum's favorite. Because you like the strawberry from the waffles too. Or is it pancakes? Yeah, that's on my end screen. Yeah, little M&M. So what's the joke for this? I'm sure it's a dieting joke, right? Together, their combined calories would bring about great change. So a brownie and a piece of cake, topped with ice cream, caramel, and M&Ms. Yeah. I definitely I will figure out a sticker situation. That might be a nice thing to do weekly too. To do like a T-shirt sticker thing for everything that comes out, because I'm just not taking advantage of producing this stuff weekly. It's only showing up on this website and this live stream, so. Nice. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and the kind of deadpan look, like occasionally you'll find a few things where I draw a little smile, but most of the time everything is just staring into space or frowning. That's the way that they're anthropomorphized. They're made more human. Yeah, and I don't know why the like fixation on inanimate objects. I never thought to do like characters or pick some animal or something. That seems to be a real common, you're either going to do people or you're going to do funny animals for cartooning, and I never, I don't know why inanimate objects seem so much more appealing. And I guess because you could tell like little dramatic stories and have them be totally destroyed, like mentally or emotionally very distraught, and it wasn't as upsetting as seeing a person going through that, or seeing an animal pretending to be a person go through that. So yeah, it's a very funny difference. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, you should I've had a couple of friends that have had really good luck. I'm not sure, like in the current climate, it's actually the same. But maybe about 10, 15 years ago, I had a couple of friends that were doing fashion, kind of like, underground kind of punk kind of fashion stuff in LA. And they ended up selling stuff to shops in Japan. So maybe China might be the new good market for that now. But find little boutique shops and stuff, and you can make some pretty good deals with some of those shops to get your stuff like out internationally. Oh, cool. Oh, very cool. Nice. Yeah, there's so many new tools now that didn't that did not exist before, like Etsy and things like that, reached like world markets basically. Like I think there's so much, there's huge, drop ship opportunities and everything. Blocked and reported. Yeah, I see. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just like moving away from, because carrying inventory and having to manage warehousing and stuff is not fun. And so now there's so much print on demand. It's really good. It's really a very different opportunity and a different market now. Yeah, the only problem is it seems like since the whole pandemic, a lot of print on demand, and I'm mostly thinking of books and things. A lot of print on demand prices have gone up, so it's really cutting into profit. So depending on where you're selling stuff, it's it's that much less you're making per item. So thanks for the sub. Sorry, I didn't see a notification. Thanks. Yeah. So anybody that wants to see this cartoon done weekly and talk about all kinds of nonsense, including Japanese food and cartooning and everything, subscribe and get notified. Thanks a lot. So this happens every week, and I guess I can. This is the. This definitely needs an update, but this is the website. The first collection of my book is here, and this is kind of just links to the old stuff. But yeah, 2000. Oh god, the copyright is 2003, so you can see where I made my wiggly little dynamic HTML website. Sorry. So the most current stuff is definitely on Go Comics. They're the biggest source of all the cartoon stuff. But yeah, so very cool. Nice. Yeah, thanks. I had so many other places that were showing my cartoons that I just kept a real basic archive, real simple basic archive, very web 2.0. But and I realized too, my old portfolio site was all Flash based, so that's pretty sad, because I did a lot of Flash animation in Los Angeles. So that was really brutal when they completely killed Flash, when it was completely discontinued and abandoned by every single platform. That means I got to go through and re-render all of those animations and everything if I want to have any kind of portfolio, because no one is going to watch that. No one will have a Flash player or a plugin to see anything anymore. So that's like, it was literally like 200 cartoons that are now in an obsolete format, completely unviewable, except I guess if you downloaded them locally, like the SWIFT file. If you downloaded it, you could probably play it locally if you begged Windows to run Flash Player. So I mean, it's a lot of song parody stuff. There were some political cartoons and stuff. It was working for a couple of different companies, and actually it turned into Fox. Eventually it was Fox Interactive, because Fox bought MySpace at the end. I guess MySpace is still a thing, but when MySpace kind of lost its popularity, a big part of that was Fox didn't know how to manage it. They bought it and gave it some weird directions, and I guess the people that were originally running it were still running it, but they gave them some weird directions, so they moved away from music and they tried to do viral videos, and it was very bizarre. So I don't know what MySpace is now, but wow, I'm really dating myself too if I'm talking about a MySpace buyout. Nice. Yeah, very easily with the M from M&M's. Nice. Yeah, yeah. So everything is changed so much online. So yeah, I've got a portfolio of completely useless things. Yeah, I think the only thing that exists now is just I did a on YouTube. I did a like a MPEG render of some of the clips from the Flash stuff. So that's on YouTube. But everything else is is trapped behind the obsolete technology. Yeah, it would take some time. I guess if I gave like a week of my life to re-rendering and pulling the audio files out and re-rendering all of that animation, I guess I could recover it, but it's probably not worth doing. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because that's the weird thing about like I've had hard drives die and lost some work on hard drives and things. But when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, it was tied to a certain time and a certain technology anyhow, so it's not going to look particularly, That's the interesting thing about physical media and like the analog things is they don't look, unless you're imitating a very specific like graphic design style or something of a period. Things that are done physically remain visually kind of relevant or visually interesting for a lot longer. But I find a lot of like 3D art and a lot of computer generated art, it goes out of style, or it just looks dated very, very quickly because you're like, oh, you used this brush in Photoshop or you used this technique and it just it feels very strange. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, when stuff just goes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true, and especially with kind of the new wokeness now. I'm sure there's some like off-color jokes and things that I did in animation that people were just like, why, why would I be watching this? Yeah, it definitely changed a lot. Mm. Yeah, that's a really good point too. Comedy definitely rots, just like just like bad digital styles. Yeah. Well, no, dated stuff. I mean, it you get nostalgic for it. Like, just like listening to like old music, like music you didn't grow up with, but like maybe your parents did or whatever. There's a nostalgia to it and like a time travel kind of thing. Remember when people used to say things like women's liber? She's a real women's liber. Like bizarre stuff like that doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe people don't even know what that means. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, right. Yeah, DOS computer games. Yeah, that definitely. Yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, video games have really they really take a beating too, because when you played it and it was like the best 3D technology or whatever of that time, it's colored very strange in your memory. So when you go back and look at it, and even when they do the updates, when they do digital remasters and retexture stuff, you can still feel like, oof, this was, why did I think this was so good? Nice. Yeah, no, that's very true. Yeah, we shouldn't. Yeah, jokes definitely should be judged differently. That's a shame that comedy is under such scrutiny now, because trying to be funny is very different from trying to, you know, make a point or express an opinion. Yeah, definitely. And especially older games where they just had sound loops that you just like have memorized. There was somebody that did like a retrospective of TurboGrafx of the old PC Engine, it's called in Japan, but they did the old TurboGrafx 16 games, and I played enough of those games that they're all kind of frozen in my head. The looped music during certain stages and things are so ingrained, and it was weird to hear all that stuff again, just in a big collage. Yeah, it's really funny stuff. Lil Will still hanging in. Yeah, and I think that stuff is important too. Even stuff that people are feeling is out of date. It always can inspire. I think there are so many, like chiptune, like musicians that were using those real limited sound libraries and stuff from old, computer game systems or old PC sound cards and stuff. Like a lot of stuff inspires new ideas. So I don't think anything is completely obsolete, because it can, when it's reimagined or kind of reprocessed through modern or contemporary thinking, I think people can come up with some interesting things. I think there's a lot to a lot to be said for inspiration from previous generations of work. Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's a good point, Rob. Yeah, and that's a thing too that I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I have a lot of trouble with the people going back into the past and being very critical, like using thinking and eyes from now and looking back at Lovecraft or certain people, creative people from certain times, writers or artists or whatever, and judging them personally, and then having that infect their work, because their work exists somewhat separately, and once it's had its inspiration, like something like Cthulhu mythos from Lovecraft, once it's had its huge influence in the culture, like, is it really worth it going back and saying, well, he was a bit of a racist and a bit of a xenophobe and a bit of a terrible person? Yeah, I don't know what use that has, but yeah, it's interesting. Those kind of things keep coming up, over and over. Oh yeah, so speaking of Lovecraft, yeah, if you want to see more of me talking about random pop culture things, I also do a tabletop. I have a tabletop channel on YouTube, where we do a weekly kind of recap of board games and role-playing games and some pop culture stuff, called Upturned Table. So it's in the description, but I can also grab it. Let's see. And I won't go into the WordPress admin, but I'll show you. Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff. So this is the weekly cast that we do, and then also things like playthroughs and unboxings and stuff. But yeah, Upturned Table is the other. So there's a YouTube. Why didn't it default? Yeah, and so this is the YouTube channel. So Upturned Table on both Twitch and YouTube, and you can see all the game-based stuff. Yeah, a little bit video games. I end up talking a little bit video games, but nobody else that I do the podcast with is very very into games. Even though, like, recently there's been so much influence back and forth between tabletop and video games, like console games and PC games. But yeah, this is the other thing that I do weekly. But let me get the chat up again. Oh yeah. I love. We just played or I guess we're in the middle. We haven't finished it yet. We're doing a the 7th edition Call of Cthulhu. The starter set has a beginning set of adventures, and we're playing through those. And it's really good. That starter set is really good. And 7th edition updated it. This is very tabletop talk, but they updated it so it matches the basic role-playing system again. So percentile based. It's based on rolling D100s. So it feels very old school, but has a very modern look. But yeah, Cthulhu is great. Great stuff. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, people don't have to take in everything. And if you like had a relative that died from cancer, or you're a cancer survivor, no cancer joke is ever going to entertain you. But but it, yeah, I think it does. Yeah, it still shouldn't be forbidden just because there are people that have dealt with that tragically in their lives. Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Uh-oh, K5 is warning you. You've now entered all the weekly nonsense that I'm going to talk about. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, time, too, makes a huge difference. Yeah, nice. Yeah, and that's the funny thing about Lovecraft. And I was thinking about this because we started playing the Call of Cthulhu game. I was thinking a lot about this because people are just dismissing him as just a terrible person. But if he wasn't racist and xenophobic, he couldn't have imagined like that scale of horror. Like probably the fears and anxieties that he had that were based on fear of others, like fear of people that are different, or fear of immigrants, or whatever was, especially living in New York City in the 20s. Probably some pretty terrifying things happened, and that his, as flawed as you see it now, his disposition, like, created the anxiety that like took him beyond what even like Edgar Allan Poe or anybody had done, as far as like how terrifying, like where is the real evil and how deep does it go? Like cosmic horror is such an amazing invention, and it probably could only have been invented by a racist, xenophobic, like terrified of everything kind of person. And so it's all intact. Oh yeah, that's true. The kind of whistling in the graveyard kind of idea is that, well, they say that a lot too. That what is it called? Gallows humor. They talk about like coroners and police officers that deal with crime scenes, that they actually say some pretty ridiculous things to just break that the psychological effect of like what they're looking at. They're looking at someone with their head blown half off, and just make some ridiculous comment because it relieves the intensity of that situation. So yeah, I think that there's definitely something there. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good point, Yum. That it is the because there's not, and that's the problem with trying to do safe comedy is, you are trying to like, so it ends up being absurdist or making fun of something that's fun. So it doesn't relieve anything. It doesn't serve the same purpose. Why am I drinking this? Okay. I got to keep that craft cola away from me. It's too funky, and the warmer it gets, the weirder it gets. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right. Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine what people said right before their executions, and when it was such a public event too. Like you'd probably work the week before. Like, I got to come up with the perfect line because I got an audience. This is my last shot. But you're not going to hear the applause or the laughter, right? Or maybe you do. Maybe you've got like a couple of seconds when your head is tumbling, and that's when it sounds the best, right? That's when the applause or the laughter is Sounds the best. Oh man. Yeah, that's crazy. It's all coping mechanisms. Yeah, so I just revealed that my whole cartooning career was based on inspiration from a Penthouse cartoonist. That's pretty funny. I totally forgot that he was like basically a staff cartoonist for Penthouse. Yeah. Going out on a high note. Definitely. Yeah, when your last line really lands, your severed head is always smiling. Yeah, instead of that slack-jawed, blank stare, you actually have a grin. Yeah, it's funny, and you never know where that stuff, stuff just kind of sticks, and yeah, creatively, you don't know, like where that exactly comes from, and just like a cartoonist mainly drawing balloons, I think was always like, why balloons? That was always a weird choice for me, but that was definitely inspiring. Can't wait to tell my grandkids. Yeah, by then it'll be like 40 years of cartoons. Well, I guess it can't be that long. That's the thing. I've got a daughter that could make me a grandfather just about any time now. That's depressing too. Although my mother was a young mother, so her parents were grandparents in their late 40s, I think. That's brutal. Yeah, it'll be hard to explain to my grandchildren what Penthouse magazine was, though. On paper? Why would... You have live interactive video on your phone. Oh, man. Yeah, yeah. I can't even imagine what adult magazines must be thinking in the face of OnlyFans and everything. That's really crazy. That's another weird thought. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Everything will be so different by then. Well, I can't even... It's impossible to explain. I think my youngest daughter barely understands that music and video is even on disc anymore. Like the school, her school events are usually professionally like video recorded, and they sell like DVDs and Blu-rays. But she basically doesn't even understand that, because a lot of they do previews and stuff on the website. So that's how she's used to video being. So it's she's almost doesn't even think about physical media anymore. That's crazy. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely. 70s and 80s Easy Rider. That's great. Oh, man. Nice. Yes, we have to appreciate things that are improved by age or aging. Nice. Yeah, because it hasn't... Yeah, it hasn't quite been like this yet, because we just had, like the Industrial Revolution and modernization, and now we're having like this second, like it's obsoleting the original cycle of technology, and the phonograph and everything is being totally obsoleted. and not even upset, but like it's gone so far beyond. Like things have moved to another medium that doesn't even make any sense. That it's not even physical. So yeah, that's weird. That is really weird. It's still that weird video I saw of the like the little toddler, little baby sitting down, looking at the glossy magazine on the floor next to them, and the little baby reaches down, and with his little fingers he tries to zoom in. He's like doing the pinch and zoom gesture on a magazine page, like trying to see the pretty lady closer. That's insane. That like some kids from birth have been like had screens put in front of them and no gestures, and yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so we're gonna see the death of the physical, and next is the death of the physical body. Yeah, it's amazing how we're gonna. And the other thing too, that's the weird thing, and it's going to affect me, I guess, at some point. Probably at the end of my career, I will just be completely deleted. But the idea that you don't own anything and you're just licensing access to things. So, like, I think Google and Amazon are fighting in various courts now to kind of establish that, yeah, we don't sell you anything you don't. If we say purchase, what is it? It's rent and buy. If we say you bought this, if you click a buy button, that just means as long as we have the rights to it, you have the access to it, you don't own anything. Yeah, everything will be subscription based. Well, like Photoshop now is a subscription service. It's not software. That's insane. That yeah. Yum's advice to the future. Back up yo shit. Yes. Those are probably the wisest words anyone will ever hear. Save it in multiple places, multiple formats. Physical hard drives stop spinning. Yeah, it's really it's really a shame that yeah, and people are just gonna have to navigate that completely differently. Like kids write their term papers and things for high school on their phones now. They don't know how to touch type on a QWERTY keyboard. They just know this. And my daughter, who's an illustrator, has probably never done any illustration on paper. Like everything she's done has always been all digital, and she doesn't even own a PC for art. She just uses an iPad. Like it's a Apple Pencil on an iPad is what all of her work is. So it's really, really different now. Yeah, so things just keep getting weirder as far as trying to relate to previous. I mean, just yeah, the fact that the biggest expense, like when I went to art school in the 90s, the biggest expense was buying canvas and paint and brushes, and now it's like you gotta invest in technology. You gotta buy tablets and software. But it's so strange that it's all turned around. Nice. Oh, well, we just hit 6 o'clock. I should probably log off for the week. But yeah, this was great, and I will be on Upturned Table on Friday with or without Chris, depending on Chris's schedule. It's been brutal. But remember YouTube. I can't wait to say remember YouTube. That's going to be the joy I have. Like the day that platform is gone, I'm gonna be so happy and be like, yeah, I can't wait to digitally piss on YouTube's grave. No offense, YouTube. Ugh. But yes, go to bed. K5, you will not. It's even though it's Labor Day, you will not be able to labor the day after. But yeah, it was great. It was great. As usual, the chat is always excellent and inspirational. I know you made it good. There was a good defense. We definitely had a good defense for YouTube, but I have had such a time with the other channel, with the tabletop channel, such a time with copyright claims and monetization stuff. It's so much extra work. It's almost not. You actually, are you coming out? Is this like something that you need to reveal? That you're an actual technophile? You actually a technosexual? You're realizing that your truest love is YouTube? Damn. Oh no, I haven't. I haven't done Reddit yet. That's a good. That's a good idea. I haven't even thought about setting stuff up. Yeah, because there's no subreddit or anything for this cartoon, but it's probably worth setting up because I have enough chat. That that would be good. Yes, we just have to wait for Disney to buy everything, and the world will be a wonderful place. Oof. Tech crush. Yeah, so it was good to see everyone. Yet. Good night, Unknown Girl, K5, Yum, Joe, if you're still around, and Robbie. Thanks, Robbie, for hanging in there. It was fun to talk to you, and I like, and if you've got any, if you do comedy and you get anything recorded, I'd love to see your stuff. That'd be very good. Yes, you could marry, and that'd be cool because then you could divorce YouTube and like take half of their revenue. That would be the best part of marrying YouTube. All right, so everybody take care, and abusecartoons.com of course is the website. Abuse Cartoons on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and this happens every week at this time. And you can also become a patron, patreon.com/abusecartoons. And thank you so much, John, for upping your tier for your patronage. So my biggest patron is still John, who is dominating my Patreon. So thanks again, John, for being my best patron on for Abuse Cartoons. And if you're interested, it's on the Patreon at Abuse Cartoons. So see you next week, and everybody take care. We will do this again, and see you on Friday. K5 and Joe, if you guys are around. See you then. And Twitch is telling me to go to bigfollows.com as usual. Nice. Yum is getting canceled. So good night, everyone, and thanks again for and anybody new, thank you for the follows and subscribes. Really appreciate that. So see you again soon. Stay safe, and we'll do this again next week. Goodbye.